bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ọmọ ẹ̀kún ni ọmọ ẹ̀kún ni.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
irú yàrá ń bá ní.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtòlì yàrá.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtòlì yàrá.
Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sá máa tò mí. Ẹ sá máa tò mí. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù.
ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ kú tọ́nu a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀ a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé tọpa nkó kiri.
Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù.
ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ kú tọ́nu a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀ a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé tọpa nkó kiri.
Àlí wọ́n wọ́n wò rí wọ́n wọ́n wò.
tọpa nkó kiri.
Ikú wọ́n wò rí ikú wọ́n wò.
tọpa nkó kiri.
Ìwọ́n wọ́n lẹ̀ ìwọ́n wọ́n lẹ̀.
tọpa nkó kiri.
Ikú wọ́n wò rí ikú wọ́n wò.
tọpa nkó kiri.
àní tọpá ń kó wọn kiri ń kó wọn ní ń kó wọn ń kó wọn.
1990, Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep in your heart and mind. Never
Okay now.
Tupẹsẹ̀ bí fi máa ń pẹ́.
I see.
Àti pátápátá ló wẹ́ ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìrìkìlẹ̀ anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jẹ ló ń bà, òwe bute ike. Ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọta mẹ́wàá nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgbétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. There you are. Here I am. Here we are. So there you are, wherever it is that you are, wherever it is you are situated, in whatever circumstances. I don't even want to imagine the positions that some of you might be listening to me. I don't want to imagine it, but wherever you are. So wherever you are, I am here, and then together we're gathered in a somewhat sort of a virtual gathering, which means here we are. So here we are. Here we are. Here we go again. We go again. Of course, we go again. There was never a time that we ever intended to stop. So we go again. Everything remains the same. The protocol. Click on the like button. Just as soon as you hear me invite you to do it, do it. If you are listening to us in watchback, do it. If you are listening to us in real time, do it. If you are thinking about listening to us, still do it anyway. It's a numbers game, and those numbers wrap around algorithms. One of the central most important go-to algorithm, one of the central most important things is the like. So click on like, and it's at no cost to you, so do it. So click on the like button. We have the hope of hitting a minimum of 100 likes per stream. We have the hope of hitting a minimum of 100 likes per stream. So set us on that way, so we'll be on that way. Your like set us on the route to that 100 likes limit. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, same arguments apply. Click on the subscription button for all of the arguments that I made for the like button. So click on like, and if you are not already subscribed, subsequently click on that as well. We have the anticipation of 10 new subscribers for this stream. We have a threshold that we want to leap over. We're so close to it, and your subscription pushes us over that particular hurdle. So push us over that hurdle by giving us your subscription. So like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink is in the comment section. It says StreamYard. Click on it. It brings you into the studio. Soon as I finish delivering the body of what we're going to be talking about, I'll let you onto the screen. Then I'll engage you in conversation. There's no complications to it. It's just exactly as I just described. There's no takeaway from what I've just described. So that's just the sequence as it happens. So if you want to be an active participant, if you want to be a combatant in the fencing duel, the thrust and parry, that is the one-man words to my experience. If you want to be an active combatant, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and then come join. You know, it's nothing tasking. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the stream to as wide as many places as you possibly can, and super chat towards the stream. So those are the 5 go-tos that I always go to. So do those 5 things, and you'd have fulfilled all righteousness. Yes, I don't want to imagine it or other. So do all those 5 things, and you'd have fulfilled all righteousness. So we go again, and we're still somewhat within the Dele Farotimi space, a storyline that refuses to leave the headline. So for as long as it retains the headline space, we continue to speak about it because, of course, topical issues is what we seek to address here. Topical issues is what we seek to address here, but every once in a while we throw a treat, not a treat, but a treat. Every once in a while we throw a treat. That they call that a tongue twister. Every once in a while we throw a treat in your direction. And the treat we're throwing in your direction this coming Saturday, you're getting 2 for 1, by the way, not on Saturday, but I'll tell you about the other one in a moment. We have a very, very big guest joining us on Saturday. Segun Showunmi, of course, one of the front runners for the PDP chairmanship, a former candidate for Ekiti State governorship, a well-noted public commentator around the political scene within Nigeria, and a senior chieftain within the PDP. So if there's anything about Nigerian politics, I mean, I don't even have to tell you who Segun Showunmi is. Let me give you a little. I think I may have. Let me give you a little soup song. Let me give you a little flavor of who this guest is. So here he is.
With what you are wearing, or it's just coincidence?
This is just a Hausa cap that goes with the.
I'm just asking. He looks so much like a Concosia hat. That's what I'm asking. Just to.
I'm sure you don't want to even know my view on that movement.
What's the problem with it?
No, you don't want to. I don't want to hear my view on it. I have a different view as to my respect for Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. But that excessive militancy and it's crazy. Democracy is not chaos.
Democracy is ideological conversation, not instigating young people and people to just be acting like they're ready to go into a mob fight. Let's look at this ideological.
So that's our guest on Saturday coming. So he's excited. You be excited. I certainly am excited. Here is another flavor of him.
I think, sir, with due respect, one of the challenges that I'm beginning to become convinced is our issue now in the country, especially since we've started this democracy. Everything considered, I think it's that we must accept that it's easier to win an election than to form government. For when the alignment of the forces play in your favor, INEC and all of that, including the judiciary, you could be declared the winner of an election. The big challenge.
So that's going to be our guest for Saturday. I'm going to send the link to that session into the comment section. Click on it, bookmark it, press the bell notification, give it a like as well, and dial all your excitement to Saturday. It's going to be an epic session. It's going to be an epic session. So we have him lined up for Saturday the 14th. And then on January the 4th, we have another guest lined up as well. We confirmed that, by we, I mean I, confirmed that earlier on today. So we'll be having Omoyele Shore join us then. I've not yet completed the graphics for that. So as soon as I've completed the graphics for that, I start to promote that as well. So we have Shegun Shomi joining us on this Saturday now. So this weekend falls now. He joins us on the 14th to discuss all matters Nigerian and his plan. He has a concept that is promoting called the alternative. So he'll speak to us about that as well. And then on the 4th of January, we have Omoyele Shore. And now in between the 14th and the 4th, we're still working on guests that we could slot in there as well. So just dial all your excitement to the platform. Dial all your excitement to the platform and retain that as excitement for the course of this. So retain all your excitement for the course of this particular stream as well. So let's just launch into it. Enough of the administrative stuff. So we go with this. We're still within the Dele Farotimi space, by the way. A gift that just keeps on giving. That's the best way to describe it. The Dele Farotimi saga, a gift that just keeps on giving. So a lot of you may be aware that Dele Farotimi has Dele Farotimi has been released now by the Ekiti courts. But for those of you not yet aware, here is his release video.
Yeah.
So that's Dele Farotimi being released right there. So you could see him in handcuffs, but it looks as though some protocol was broken, because usually they would shackle his ankles as well. But from the way he was walking, they did not quite shackle his ankles. So that's I think that may well be in deference to probably the noise going around his particular storyline. So why did they not shackle his ankles is really the question. Was a due process fully observed is the question. So was due process duly observed? Even though they did not even shackle his ankles, still people complaining about the handcuffs. Obi Ezekwesili reacts after Dele Farotimi was taken to court in handcuffs. So how else is a prisoner presented in court other than in handcuffs? I'm not quite sure what convention was broken there, or what excesses was reached to. What was out of norm in that. Obi Ezekwesili reacts after Dele Farotimi was taken to court in handcuffs. Former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili has expressed anger after human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi appeared at the Ekiti State High Court in handcuffs. Correspondents report that Farotimi's arrest followed a defamation lawsuit filed by a senior advocate of Nigeria, Afe Babalola. The senior lawyer accused Farotimi of defaming him in a book titled Nigeria and Its Criminal Justice System. During his appearance in court on Monday, the Nigeria police force escorted Farotimi in handcuffs. Reacting to the development, Ezekwesili, in a post via Twitter, said the civil matter has morphed into a reason why citizens cannot trust the judiciary. Ezekwesili maintained that the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, must explain the basis of handcuffing Farotimi and take immediate steps to correct the anomaly, she wrote. So the gross absurdity of handcuffing at Dele Farotimi was lost on the prison service, and she ends that with a question mark. What crime is the Nigeria government, the Nigeria police force, really prosecuting Dele Farotimi for at this stage? Because how did a civil matter between Dele Farotimi and Chief Babalola morph? So morph really means metamorphized, if that's even the yes. So that, but it's a metamorphosis transmuted into what crime is the Nigeria government, the Nigeria police force really prosecuting Dele Farotimi for at this stage? Because how did a civil matter between Dele Farotimi and Chief Babalola morph into the strongest evidence of why citizens now sadly lack trust in and believe that our judiciary system is fully captured by Nigeria's irresponsible political class? This reckless desecration of all public institutions under this administration of Bola Tinubu will not sustain, never. So what institutions are being desecrated? It's just it's just word salad, isn't it? Just being, you know what they call this? They call it sound and fury signifying nothing. She has said a lot, but haven't actually said anything. You know, she's used a lot of words without actually saying anything. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, who is in charge of the correctional facilities. They always write all these things with hashtag and all of these things, so it confuses the reading sometimes. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, who is in charge of the correctional facilities, has to explain the basis of those handcuffs on Mr. Farotimi and immediately take steps to correct repeat of such anomaly by overzealous officers. Those pushing this gross violation of citizen Farotimi's constitutional rights should advise themselves now and cease pushing forward the shenanigans playing out on this matter. Enough is enough. Stop assaulting the sensibilities of Nigerians any further. Let the two citizens involved in this matter engage the court using appropriate judicial process for addressing allegations of defamation. So that's what she has to say. But then, of course, there's just one sore point. There's just one minor point. It's not actually a civil matter, as we all know. It's a criminal matter. And Farotimi, as it stands now, is a criminal suspect under the capture of the Nigerian police, under the arrest, that's a better phrase, of the Nigerian police. So it's not a civil matter, because we read the petition that Farotimi filed. He called it criminal defamation, because there are two strands of defamation you can have in Nigeria. You can have a criminal defamation, you can have a civil defamation. You can sue for both, and you can sue for both sequentially or standalone. So you can sue for a criminal defamation, and if you don't get justice there or you don't get your way there, then you can sue for civil defamation as well. But the petition leveled against Farotimi at the moment is criminal defamation, and the police had to apprehend him because he was evading the law. So that is why he's in handcuffs. So essentially, he's a criminal, and they had to put him in handcuffs. So I hope that clears it up for you, Madam IPOB Ezekwesili. Madam IPOB Ezekwesili, where are we going next? Where are we going next? Let's go to... Oh, all right, let's just stay with Dele Farotimi somewhat. So photos Dele Farotimi brought to court in Dele Farotimi brought to court in handcuffs. Popular human rights activist and legal practitioner Dele Farotimi on Monday appeared in court wearing handcuffs whilst being escorted by police officers. The hearing took place at a high court in Ekiti State. Farotimi was arrested at his Lagos residence last week by officers of the Ekiti State Police Command. His arrest followed a defamation lawsuit filed by Chief Afe Babalola, a respected senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, and one of the country's most prominent legal figures. So you can tell the leaning of whichever newspaper or whichever news platform just by how they choose to present the name. Not the name, but the news. You can tell the leaning of whichever news platform just by how they're choosing to present the news. So the way they are presenting it now leans more towards Afe Babalola. You can hear it in the wordings. Popular human rights activist and legal practitioner Dele Farotimi on Monday appeared in court wearing handcuffs whilst being escorted by police officers. The hearing took place at a high court in Ekiti State. Farotimi was arrested at his Lagos residence last week by officers of the Ekiti State Police Command. His arrest followed a defamation lawsuit filed by Chief Afe Babalola, a respected senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, and one of the country's most prominent legal figures. The 95-year-old legal luminary accused Farotimi of damaging his reputation through statements made in a book titled, we all know the title of the book. Babalola claimed that the content of the book unfairly targeted him. At the court hearing, Farotimi was granted bail under strict conditions. He is required to post a sum of 50 million naira and provide a surety with the same amount. That should be of the same amount. Additionally, the surety must own a landed property as part of the bail condition. So this is really more a photo piece. So it's really essentially photographs of Dele Farotimi's appearance in court. And what they really wanted to flash up is this right here. You can see the mamugari around his hand. So they call that mamugari in Yoruba land. Those are the handcuffs around his hand. So that's Farotimi right there. That's him being presented in court. That's probably somebody just trying to take a little clip for social media. It's probably jousting so just bantering with his lawyers there, and there he is being escorted, I think, off the premises. So that's Farotimi then. He was granted bail, but the thing is, I think the system may well have succumbed to the pressure coming from outside, because Dele Farotimi is not actually scheduled to appear till the 10th, but they've granted him bail. Our first break of dawn today. So that is to tell you then that it is the weight of that pressure that has buckled them a little bit. And that somewhat disappoints a little bit, because the law must stand firm outside of whatever auxiliary noises coming from outside. So that disappoints somewhat, and that doesn't bode well for the trajectory of this case, because all of the expectation was that Dele Farotimi will be held in custody very much till the 10th, and they'll release him round about midday, late evening, and tell him to go ahead and bind him to good conduct. So Dele Farotimi out of the clutches of Afe Babalola temporarily. So Dele Farotimi outside the clutches of Dele Farotimi after the clutches of Afe Babalola temporarily. 2027, Akume drops bombshell, tells Atiku northern leaders to kill presidential ambition until 2031. So, you can expect the sort of you already have the anticipation of the sort of response that this sort of headline will elicit, but the truth of it is a different matter, because what this is actually speaking to is the reality of politics. There is no vacancy in Aso Rock till 2031, either for a northerner and certainly not for a southerner, because all of the permutations of politics tells us that there is no vacancy in Aso Rock till 2031. And this is simply what Akume is saying, but you will expect, of course, the sort of backlash he will get. Akume drops bombshell, tells Atiku northern leaders to kill presidential ambition until 2031. George Akume, secretary to the government of the Federation SGF, has called on northern politicians, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, to defer their presidential ambition until 2031. Akume made the remark during his appearance on TVC Politics Today program on Sunday, December the 8th. The SGF's call comes amidst reported plans by northern leaders to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election. Earlier reports by correspondents indicated that some northern leaders are rallying behind former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan as a strong opposition candidate against President Tinubu. So if Jonathan runs and Obi runs, that will mean nothing. If Jonathan runs and Obi collapses for him, that will stress Aso Rock a bit, but I suspect that Tinubu might still win. This speculation has gained momentum with recent appearance of campaign posters featuring Jonathan in prominent locations across Kano State, suggesting a potential presidential bid in 2027. And by the way, Jonathan will have nothing to do with those posters showing in Kano State, by the way. Those are just the northerners using his image to there's a politics of imagery intimidation is going on at the moment. So you see Atiku Abubakar invite Peter Obi to dinner, and then they will do video clips and post it all over social media just to try and intimidate the central place that there's some sort of a synergy starting to evolve within those two elements. So there is that. And then very quickly, you see Bala Mohammed posting images of himself and Goodluck Jonathan as a kite to test the temperature of the space if he was accepted for 2027. So there's sort of a imagery, sort of intimidation thing going on within that space at the moment. But I think it'll take a bit more than that to perturb the Jagaban. This speculation has gained momentum with recent appearance of campaign posters featuring Jonathan in prominent locations across Kano State, suggesting a potential presidential bid in 2027. He stressed the importance of allowing President Bola Tinubu to potentially complete a second term. It is not yet the time for the North to throw its heart in the ring. Tinubu, as a southerner, should be allowed to serve for 8 years. From there, power can return to the North, Akume said. Akume emphasized the need to prioritize national unity and stability, warning against premature moves that could destabilize Nigeria's political balance. My advice, and this has been consistent, is that we should not rock the boat. Let power reside in the South for 8 years. So if Jonathan wins the election, power still resides in the South for 8 years, but just not in the hands of the incumbent at the moment. My advice, and this has been consistent, is that we should not rock the boat. Let power remain in the South for 8 years. To do otherwise, honestly, is to destroy this country, he said. So there it is. Addressing Atiku Abubakar directly, the SGF acknowledged his long-standing ambition, but urged patience. He says, he said, this one now is if you've ever heard the phrase acerbic remark, if they said somebody threw an acerbic remark, This is an example of it. It says, if it is the will of God for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar to be president of Nigeria, even at the age of 90, he can get it. But he and other Northerners are in the office now should look beyond 2027. So Atiku will be 80 by it will be 81 actually, I think, by 2027. So by 2031 he'll be 85 thereabouts. And it gets to a point when it comes to that point for everybody. So I suspect that, but I think Atiku has always told us anyway that for as long as he has breath in him, he will always run for the Nigerian presidency. So there it is. Accord Party vows to reclaim Nigeria from Tinubu. So how you see, it's the way they use words in Nigeria that really befuddles me. How can you reclaim something that was never with you in the first place? So I'm not quite sure. Earlier correspondents reported that the Accord Party declared its determination to reshape Nigeria's political landscape in the 2027 general election. Specifically, the party vowed to reclaim Nigeria from the grips of the current administration led by President Bola Tinubu. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure. Tinubu is not from Mars, I think. I think he's a Nigerian too. So what are you? I think he has an equal right to aspire to and then occupy the first position just like everyone else. So yes, Atiku retains the right to reply, and he replies 2027, God forbid. Atiku replies Akume over Tinubu's re-election. I don't think God has forbidden anything, Alhaji. The Waziri of Abu Dhabi. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has responded to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, for saying that the North should wait until 2031 to contest the presidential election. So when he's actually telling you that wait till 2021, it's not actually inviting that nobody presents a candidate against Tinubu in 2027, because we must have that space tested to see if Tinubu is still the will of the people. But what he's actually saying is that there's no need for a heavy all-out push in 2027. One, because it will violate the unwritten but spoken agreement between the North and South for power to retain back and forth 8 years. So I think that's where we've settled on now. You do 8 years, then they do 8 years. So one, it will violate that. If another comes in and pushes Tinubu out of office, it will violate that one. And then the chances of that happening is very slim too. And for that to happen, for somebody to chase Tinubu out of office, it will be a very, very brutish and a very, very brutal process. And it's saying the heavy weight of that push is not worth that effort in terms of national stability and cohesion. That's what it's saying. So sheathe your swords and save your ammunition for 2031. Just throw in a minor candidate, do a little bit of a campaign in 2027. Let the man have his 8 years, and then it comes back to us. That's exactly what he's saying. And that's exactly, by the way, how it runs and probably how it will run. But Atiku Abubakar, 2027, it says for as long as God grants him life, he will continue to contest for the Nigerian presidency. But at 85, even he will start to have second thoughts. So this is his last hurrah. The 2027 will be Atiku Abubakar's last rodeo. That is even if he gets a ticket. But this is his last opportunity ever. But all of his babalawos have told him that they've seen it in their opelas, that he was president, that he became president of Nigeria. So he's looking to push that through. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has responded to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, for saying that the North should wait until 2031 to contest the presidential election. Atiku, who was the People's Democratic Party PDP candidate in the 2023 election, stated that President Tinubu's performance showed he did not deserve another term, saying, God forbid. He noted that Nigerians should decide who will be their president in 2027. Akumi, whilst answering questions, so he goes on to tell us on that. But reacting in a post on his official X handle, the spokesman for Atiku, Paul Ibe, wondered where then does true equity and fairness reside? By the year 2027, the South would have enjoyed 17 years of leadership, 8 years under Tinubu, 8 years under Obasanjo, 5 years under Jonathan, and 4 years under Tinubu, while the North would have experienced 11 years, with Yar'Adua serving 3 years and Buhari 8. This result in a disparity of 6 years between the North and South, casting a shadow over the balance of power. So, if we are taking it from democracy, then you can say that. In fact, if we are taking it from the Fourth Republic, you can say that. But if we are taking it from the totality of the Nigerian journey, I think the North is still about 8 to 11 years in credit in terms of rulership of that country. So there's still a deficit there of about 11 years somewhere. By the year 2027, the South would have enjoyed 70 years of leadership, 8 years under Obasanjo, which we were deputy to, of course, 5 years under Jonathan, and 4 years under Tinubu, while the North will have experienced only 11 years, with Yar'Adua serving 3 years and Buhari 8. This results in a disparity of 6 years between the North and South, casting a shadow over the balance of power. In any case, the power to elect and vote out their government lies firmly with the Nigerian people, entrusted to them upon the government's ability to prove itself worthy of the people's ballot. But has the Tinubu government demonstrated that it deserves to be re-elected? The answer, alas, as is clear as the heavens themselves, God forbid, he wrote. So there it is right there. So Atiku then writes to reply, Akumi right there, but what Akumi said there is just the category, is real politics, it's the reality of the politics of it. There's nothing that chases Tinubu out of office now. How many times do we explain this? You know, for Atiku Abubakar to fulfill its ambitions, it would disrupt a lot of things in the political permutations of Nigeria. If Atiku becomes president, he will almost certainly serve 8 years. And after those 8 years, power transits back to the South. So the South then hopefully then gets to serve 8 years in this instance. So 8 plus 8 is 16. So that's 16 years accounted for there. So if you look at the North, there's the average state governor in the North, or the average ex-state governor, he imagines himself in Aso Rock. Bala Mohammed has been campaigning fervently to be president. At Tambuwal, he wants to be president. El Rufai wants to be president. Baba Gana Zulum wants to be president. So if Atiku Abubakar becomes president, all of their ambitions are truncated. That's the end of all of their ambitions. So if Atiku Abubakar becomes president, the end for El Rufai, etc. So now, the permutation of, I tell you what, everybody in the North, all the political stakeholders in the North, they want Tinubu to serve a second term. Because with Tinubu serving a second term, power transit back to the North one, they battle it out to fulfill their ambitions too. And an additional 4 years of Tinubu puts the final nail in the death coffin of Atiku Abubakar. Because at 85, nobody wants to hear from him anymore. So at the average political actor in the North wants Tinubu to complete those 8 years, because it permutates to their own personal ambitions, and they will do any and everything to ensure that he serves those 8 years. So it's a fait accompli. There's nothing that removes that guy from Aso Rock. Nothing. Only Goodluck Jonathan, there's only a sliver of hope that Goodluck Jonathan might be able to remove him. Peter Obi cannot remove him because Peter Obi has a constitutional complement of 8 years that he can serve. And the North are not going to be out of office for 12 years just because they dislike Tinubu or whatever it is. There's no, there's one thing we know the Northerners for is pragmatism and the coldness of decisions. So they're not swept away with the screeching and squealing and the noise. If that noise can chase Tinubu out of office and install Goodluck Jonathan, that serves them. They'll go with that. They are not going with Peter Obi because they don't like him anyway. But then more to it, it doesn't serve their own political interest. So Peter Obi is out of the way. The only person that removes Tinubu from Aso Rock is either a strong northerner, if they not want to push all the way and hold the country at gunpoint subsequent to whatever victory they claim, they can do that, or they push hard with Goodluck Jonathan to chase him out. So those are the only two probabilities, the only two possibilities that remove Tinubu from Aso Rock. But it's really slim pickings, very, very slim pickings. So it's only slim pickings that removes Tinubu from our office. Let's go on to this one. CBN takes 2 key steps to crash dollar, boost FX reserves, stabilize Naira, experts explain. So you'll probably be lost in the fog of it all this economic talk. Let me just abandon that one. I'm not sure that I want the headache of trying to wade through. They've introduced some new system anyway that introduces transparency and counterweights the excesses of that space. That's the sum total of it. We played a clip on it yesterday, but very few people understood it. So let's go on from that to this. Please help me check what is happening in the Southeast this Monday. Are we still sitting at home? APC chieftain Joe Igbokwe asks as he reminds Nigerians on how he is working freely in Lagos. So there it is right there. So this one now, this one they call this one Otaile in the Yoruba parlance, enemy from within. Today is Monday. Today is Monday. I am going about as free as air in Lagos, doing my little business. Please help me to check what is happening in the Southeast this Monday. Are we still sitting at home? Are we still wasting our time? We go get sense last. So this is the guy. I think it's been banished from the Southeast anyway. It dare not go home anymore. They will unknown gunman him. So he'll be unknown gunman anytime he goes home. All right, let me take you to this one. This is still talking to the corruption in the judiciary space. Body of bench. Pardon me. I've got a dry throat. If you're wondering. Heavy drinking last night. A body of benchers dismiss NBS rating of judiciary as one of the most corrupt institutions in Nigeria. So I think this is central to what is being discussed now. So I think any and everybody knows how corrupt the Nigerian judiciary is. The body of benchers, BOB, in Nigeria has dismissed the data on corruption used by the National Bureau of Statistics in rating the judiciary. The NBS had last month rated Nigeria's judiciary as one of the most corrupt institutions in the country, using data from various sources to arrive at its rating. But the body of benchers, through its chairman and legal luminary, Chief Adegboyega Owomolo SAN, at a public function in Abuja on Monday, queried the findings and conclusions of the NBS. So we defer often instances to NBS's statistics, except of course when it weighs against us. So there it is. That's what's going on there. The body of benchers, BOB, in Nigeria have dismissed the data on corruption used by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, in rating the judiciary. The NBS had last month rated Nigeria's judiciary as one of the most corrupt institutions in the country, using data from various sources to arrive at its rating. But the body of benchers, through its chairman and legal Chief Adegboyega Awomolo SAN, at a public function in Abuja on Monday queried the findings and conclusions of the MBS. At the public function, attended by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, the BOB chairman said, "We need not be unduly perturbed by the unjustified, unverified, and contentious data of corruption issued on the Nigerian judiciary by the National Bureau of Statistics. It is unworthy of attention. I can attest to the fact that the Nigerian judiciary are some of the finest characters and our best legal brains on whom no price tag can be attached. Our judges and justices are the greatest assets of this nation. We must continue to accord them the highest honor, respect, and dignity. The image of the judiciary is too important to a democratic society to allow it to be tarnished in any way by any act of impropriety by any member of the bar or bencher. Now is the time when, so they go on to defend themselves anyway. So, but they're in the eye of the storm with this particular storyline. Have you already written 2027 election results? By your own Onuga questions businessman Shehu Mahdi, who asked if President Tinubu will congratulate whoever wins 2027 presidential election. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga has exchanged. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga had an exchange with a Katsina businessman, Shehu Mahdi, who tackled President Tinubu on Sunday night, December the 8th. Ononuga had shared a statement on X about President Tinubu congratulating Ghana's president-elect, John Mahama. Actually, let me show you a clip. Let me play you a clip. Actually, there's a long-standing relationship actually between Tinubu and John Mahama, but let me play you that clip. It looks as though this is John Mahama speaking about President Tinubu. So let me just play you this.
One from the Vice President of Ghana, who attended the event with his wife. In his remarks, he traced his relationship with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to some years ago. He said he was proud of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's contribution to the sustenance of democracy in Africa. He then presented him with a special gift.
I had the opportunity to receive him in Ghana last year when he came to collect his award, the Global Leadership Award, and he gave such a wonderful speech that it drew him a standing ovation. Now, what was clear in the speech is that Asiwaju is one of the breed of the kind of leadership that this continent is crying for.
Goodwill messages.
So that's the newly elected president of Ghana eulogizing about your president. So yes, Bayo Ononuga back and forth with some rascally guy in the north. So that's Bayo Ononuga back and forth with some rascally guy in the north. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Let me send the link. No, that's not the link. That's for Sunday's session. No, that's for Saturday's session. Let me send the link again. Anyone that wants to come in, come in. So that's the link right there. So anyone that wants to come in, come in. So we go to the video clips that we have, and then we see who comes in to take on the conversation. All right, let's kick it off from here. Actually, a lot of you will, anybody following this platform knows what great admiration I have for the Vice President Kashim Shettima. It's a veritable orator, a supreme savant, a super brain, and an astute politician. It's a very sharp man. It's a very sharp man. And after having watched this clip, not after having watched him, after watching this clip, I think you may well draw the same conclusion as well. Watch this.
Who founded Facebook? The co-founder of Facebook was Eduardo Luis Sabirin, born in Sao Paulo, Brazil, of Jewish Brazilian ancestry. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, was a migrant from South Africa. He owns SpaceX and now X, formerly Twitter. I can name names. Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, is worth over $30 billion. He's of Russian background. Rupert Murdoch, the chief executive of News Corp, is of Australian descent. Madeleine Albright, who became the United States Secretary of State, was of Czech origin. Steve Chen, the co-founder of YouTube, is originally from Taiwan. Immigrants build nations and immigrants build civilizations. One of the men in the front seat here has a thriving business in Namibia. He lived in Australia for over a decade, adding value to the Australian economy. Hence, there is a need for us to respect and cherish immigrants. Migrants are the source of life in all societies. Rishi Sunak, the former British Prime Minister, is originally from India. A very brilliant young man. He never denigrated his nation of ancestry, nor poured venoms on India. Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the British Labour or Conservative Party. We are proud of her, in spite of her efforts at denigrating her nation of origin. She is entitled to her own opinions. She has even every right to remove the Kemi from her name. But that does not underscore the fact that the greatest black nation on earth is the nation called Nigeria. 1 out of every 3-4 black men is a Nigerian. And by 2050, Nigeria will surpass the United States, will be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. 1 out of every 3 black men will be a Nigerian.
So that is your Vice President Kashim Shettima right there, sucking it to Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, a Yoruba girl who grew up in probably Moshin, who is now more British than the Queen. So there it is right there. So that's Kashim Shettima sucking it to Kemi Badenoch. So that's Kashim Shettima sucking it to Kemi Badenoch. So now this screeching and squealing that we're hearing all over the social media space, generating mainly from the obedience space, it now seems to be having new converts. So let me just leave it at that. All this loud noise that we're hearing all over the social media space now seems to be generating new converts, and those new converts are getting more far-flung, more psychedelic and curious, more and more curious. So let me leave it at that. Play you this clip.
Listen, the way they will form only Lagos State and they will have their police. Then okay, what of the other side? Then that is the difference. That is mean you want to share this country to Lagos State only to be the headquarters. Okay, if that is what this president, since he come, he renovated President House in Dodon Barrack. He renovated by President Dodon Barrack in Lagos. Why the other president doesn't renovate the house? And anywhere is traveling, he doesn't hand over to vice president. Vice president remain as a vice president. He doesn't hand over to him. He only carry his son. Anywhere he's going, he's carrying his son. I saw him in France shaking Marco. I saw him in Qatar. I saw him in Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. Is the son? Is he president? Do we vote him? Is he a minister? Where is our foreign minister? He pushed all of them in the bench. This person is not ready for Nigeria. It's only a family game and they will not take it, Oga. We don't have me. I only respect. I don't fear anybody. I don't fear arrest. I don't fear to death. That is what. Then secondly, nobody, president cannot bring France soldiers to northern Nigeria. I heard they will come to Kaduna and Sokoto. It's a lie. They will never come there. Me, I'm retired military. I can go back to uniform and chase those people out. They can never. They will never. Niger, send them off. Mali, all the France colonies, send them out. Why are we working with France? What is the achievement with France? The colonies were the colonizers, well, they want out, and they are not with them. Then why is the president eager for France? If he carry them, he will drop them in Lagos. But in another soil, anywhere from Kwara down, we will resist and we will not take it. And nobody, we have a combatant, 3 military officer. The chief of defense side is an infantry. Chief of army side is this. We have a strike air force. We have navy who can fight for us. Why do we go and bring higher soldiers? Say they will fight for us in the north. We don't need them, Mr. President. Nobody will come to our soil or slow minerals. From that minerals, that's what they did in Refinery in Niger. 64, they don't have the destiny. It is yesterday they take control of the Refinery in Arlik, in Agada. So we will not take that thing, Mr. President. Those foreigns you discuss with them MOU, fine. The MOU will remain in Lagos. It's not for Kaduna, it's not for Kano, it's not for Zamfara. In the northern soil as well from Kwara, we will not take that MOU. You cannot go and do MOU without carrying the governor alone. Do you have a ground? All the rent in the ground belong to the governors, not to federal government. Federal government doesn't have land in government. Listen, the way they will form only Lagos State and they will have their police. Then, okay, what of the other side? Then that is the difference. That is mean you want to share this country to Lagos State only to be the headquarters. Okay, if that is what this president, since he come, he renovated president house in Dodombara. He renovated by President Dodombara in Lagos. Why the other president doesn't renovate the house? And anywhere is traveling, he doesn't hand over to vice president. Vice president remain as a vice president. He doesn't hand over to him. He only carry his son. Anywhere he's going, he's carrying his son. I saw him in France shaking Marco. I saw him in Qatar. I saw him in Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. Is the son? Is he president? Do we vote him? Is he a minister? Where is our foreign minister? He pushed all of them in the bench. This person is not ready for Nigeria. It's only a family game and they will not take it, Oga. We don't have, me, I only respect. I don't fear anybody. I don't fear arrest. I don't fear to death. That is what. Then secondly, nobody, president cannot bring France soldiers to northern Nigeria. I heard they will come to Kaduna and Sokoto. It's a lie. They will never come there. Me, I'm retired military. I can go back to uniform and check those people out. They can never. They will never. Niger, send them off. Mali, all the France colonies, send them out. Why are we working with France? What is the achievement with France? The colonies where they colonize those people, they want out. And they are not with them. Then why is the president eager for France? If he carry them, he will drop them in Lagos. But in another soil, anywhere from Kwara down, we will resist. And we will not take it. And nobody, we have a combatant, 3 military officer. The chief of defense side is an infantry. Chief of army side is this. We have a strike air force. We have navy who can fight for us. Why do we go and bring higher soldiers? Say they will fight for us in the north. We don't need them, Mr. President. Nobody will come to our soil or slow minerals. From that minerals, that's what they did in Refinery in Niger. 64, they don't have the destiny. It is yesterday they take control of the Refinery in Arlik, in Agada. So we will not take that thing, Mr. President. Those foreigners you discuss with them MOU, fine. The MOU will remain in Lagos. It's not for Kaduna, it's not for Kano, it's not for Zamfara. In the northern soil as well from Kwara, we will not take that MOU. You cannot go and do MOU without carrying the governor alone. Do you have a ground? All the rent in the ground belong to the governors, not to federal government. Federal government doesn't have land in government. Governors have the rule of the land. That is why they have the steps here. So you cannot control their land, say you bring people. Nobody will take them and they will don't need France soldier waga. If you have anything with Macron or you are anything, that is your friendship. You as a president to president. Then all your plan, Mr. President, we have seen it. You don't, if you are traveling, you carry the whole government will not function till you come back. Kashim have nothing to do with when you come back. He cannot call for a meeting. He cannot call for any meeting. He only remain there till you come back. Everything is stepped down till you come back. Mr. President, we bought you because of Kashimo from the north. He's presenting us and he's a vice president. You are the only president that doesn't hand over to vice president when you are going. You say you are working leave. Which working leave? You are not only working leave, Waga. If you are going hand over to vice president, that is why he is there. Simple. If you doesn't do it, fine. Whether you do it or you not do 2027, Oga, you are going. We will not vote you because we understand where you are going. You are not focusing on the north. You are not focusing on the east. You are not focusing on the south. You are only focusing in the west. And the west only Lagos. Why? Well, no problem. Do anything you want. But when you are going, Oga, is the constitution you must hand over to vice president. So that activities will continue. And nothing like working leave. You travel, you say you're working leave. I'm a retired military officer. If I'm traveling, as they see, I hand over to my battalion twice. As the OC, I hand over to my 2OC in the company. As a brigade commander, you carry the most senior CO to head the brigade to when you come back. If it's GOC, it's the same thing. If it's Chief Army Staff, it's the same thing. Why are you, if you are traveling, you don't hand over to Vice President, you just go. And Vice President.
So there it is right there. So that sort of language is starting to gain a lot of currency. So we thought that sort of language was restricted somewhat to the obedience space, but that noise, the cacophony of it, seems to be gaining new converts from new. And by the way, that guy necessarily is not necessarily on the obedience trap line. No, it's not anything to do with them. But he's seen that that noise open a window for him to politic his own agenda into. It's a bit like the Obi vote in 2023. A little bit of this camp, a little bit of that camp, all coalescing under one noise. So that's what we're seeing now. So all these satellite and auxiliary voices from further from the back of beyond and further back, they are all now hopping onto that noise space that has been generated. So he's now politicking into it. So everybody is saying 2027 you are out, but who comes in? So that guy you saw right there, he's not alarming and riling on behalf of Peter Obi, of course. He's alarming and riling on behalf of the North. So that's where his vote goes. So the southern space, especially the Southeast, their own noise is about their clansman. But how does all of this converge together to usurp Tinubu in 2027? But the noise space that has been created by the obedient space is gaining new converts. But those new converts are coming with their own agenda. So it's starting to mix up and get quite interesting for 2027. Starting to mix up and get quite interesting for 2027. Let's go on to this one. So I hope this next clip, it puts the final nail in the coffin of what of the controversy that the obedience space was trying to generate around that NNPC refinery. So here is a team that has gone to inspect that refinery. I'll play you that clip first, and then I'll tell you what the composition of this team is. But they should put the final nail in the coffin of the controversy the obedience have been trying to generate around the Port Harcourt refinery.
Forever, for the union makes us strong. Victory. There is victory for us. Victory. There is victory for us. In the struggle for our union. Yes. There is victory for us. Forward, forward, ever, backward, never. In the struggle for our union. There is can never be defeated. Workers united. Solidarity. Forever. Solidarity. Forever. Our women. Our strength. Our men. Our ATM. Enjoyment. Now. Forever.
So those are members of the labor union, the TUC, the NLC, and a couple of other stragglers going to inspect the workings of the Port Harcourt refinery. So very, very difficult to continue to maintain that that push that is Lamba, seems to be the adopted language of the obedience. So there it is right there. The Port Harcourt refinery is working, much to the chagrin of the obedience space. The Port Harcourt, but then if there's one thing that Peter Obi is noted for, of course, is photo opportunities. There's never a moment if there was a baby being born in some disaster area in Nasarawa State, quick pops Obi onto a plane, very quickly lands there for the photo opportunity. If there's some disaster flooding in Plateau State, very quickly onto that plane. Obi in his Wellington boots, wading through the water, telling us we in that rather is dour, somewhat tedious voice. We cannot continue like that. You know, that's rather. I'm not mocking his speech impediment, by the way, but it does have a sluggish voice. Or it tells us in that voice that we cannot continue like this. So we cannot continue like this. A photo opportunity, Peter Obi, sites and seizes another opportunity. Photo opportunity, Peter Obi, sites and seizes another opportunity. Let's go to this one as the final readout. I'll send the link again for anybody that wants to join. Peter Obi meets Afe Babalola to beg, and that beg is in quotation marks. Peter Obi meets Afe Babalola to beg, and then visits Dele Farotimi in Ekiti prison. So photo opportunity Obi strikes again. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP and former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has met with Nigerian legal luminary Afe Babalola SAN in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State. Obi had pleaded with Babalola to consider the situation of human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi, who is at the Ekiti prison. So with this now, I think the attribution may well be that it was Obi that rescued him from prison. If you watch the obedience basis, I suspect they may already be making that claim. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party and former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has met with Nigerian legal luminary Afe Babalola SAN in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State. Obi had pleaded with Babalola to consider the situation of human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi, who is at the Ekiti prison. The legal luminary has come under intense criticism since he petitioned the Nigerian police to arrest Farotimi, with Nigerians locally and in diaspora already set for a mega protest to force the nonagenarian to stop his alleged abuse of power. Obi, who came from Lagos to Ekiti State on Monday, reportedly had in-depth conversations with Babalola, including on Farotimi matter. But sources who were at the meeting confirmed that the former Labour Party candidate rather begged the legal luminary. Farotimi had appeared before the court on Monday following charges brought against him by Afe Babalola SAN under the Cybercrime Act 2015. Today, Mr. Peter Obi traveled from Lagos to Ekiti State, dedicating the entire day to meaningful engagement. He visited Are Afe Babalola at his office within the Afe Babalola University, where they had in-depth discussions on critical issues, including the situation of activist and lawyer Dele Farotimi, a Twitter user posted. Following this, Mr. Peter Obi proceeded to the prison facility where Dele Farotimi was being held. In a private meeting, he expressed solidarity and engaged in a candid exchange aimed at addressing the prevailing challenges. So this is Dr. M.O. So this is whoever posted, that's the person that posted it out. I think there's actually a clip that goes with that. It says, the Federal High Court in Ado-Ekiti on Monday, had granted 50 million naira bail to human rights lawyer Farotimi after the police filed charges against him over allegations of cybercrime. Justice Babs, whatever his last name is, presiding over the court on Monday, December the 9th, 2024, had ruled that Farotimi be released on bail with conditions that include a 50 million naira surety and a guarantor possessing a landed property of equivalent value. The case, with suit number blah, 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 was filed by the Inspector General of Police alleging cybercrime activities linked to Farotimi. However, Justice Kwawumi adjourned the case to January the 29th, 2025 for further proceedings. Correspondents had so that's it right there. Let's see if we can let's see if we can see clips and images of Peter Obi visiting the prison to go and felicitate. You know, they use that word a lot in Nigeria, to go and felicitate with Peter Obi. So that's Peter with Dele Farotimi. So that's Peter Obi meeting whatever is what's his last name again? The aggrieved party. What's his name? Babalola. Yes, Babalola, Areafe Babalola. So that's Peter Obi and his team meeting Areafe Babalola right there. So that's Peter Obi. Then you see, it's a photo opportunity, isn't it? So that's the image that will sway all over social media. So that's really, you see this image on your screen right here. That's what the whole journey was all about. Nigerian Correctional Center, Medium Security Custodial Center, Ado-Ekiti. So, and that is Peter Obi, who you think maybe should be behind those doors. Some people will say for his atrocity. So there he is. So that's him going in there for the photo opportunities. Do we have images of him with Farotimi? I'm not quite sure what the Oyinbo woman is there for. That's Babalola right there. Afe Babalola. That's Peter Obi right there. And those, you know, they have a catch-all phrase for people like this. They call them functionaries or delegates or aides. So that's Peter Obi right there. As ever, seizing the photo opportunity. So photo opportunity Peter Obi strikes again. Photo opportunity Peter Obi strikes again. The link in the comment section. Anybody that wants to hop on. Do we have any more clips before we move on? All right. Let me play you this clip. I've always said to you that the every pretty Igbo woman or girl belongs to a Yoruba man. I thought everybody knew this, but when I just said that casually, people just launched at me. It's always been the received wisdom within the Nigerian space that every pretty Igbo woman belongs to a Yoruba man. And here is another example that exemplifies that. Watch this.
Hold on a second. Hey, your photo now. Today, put that aside. Come over here. Maybe with your footage, not to come here.
So there it is right there. Another one bagged and tagged. Every pretty Igbo woman belongs to a Yoruba man. It's God's law. It's not even me saying it. It's God's law. You know, the one thing that's always struck me though, you saw how pretty that girl is, but she's just standard because most Igbo women are pretty, but their men look the way they look. And then you see the same thing in Edo State as well. Look at their men look like Obaseki, Oshiomole, etc. But the average Alero that comes out of Edo State is a beauty queen. So it's always struck me, they all come from the same gene pool, and their women look the way they do in the Southeast, and the men look the way they do, and especially in that Edo space. Look, have you ever met an Edo man that looks anything passable? I've never seen one, but they are women, they are beauty queens. So it's just one of those odd things in life. Just one of those odd things in life, but no, it is God's law. Every pretty Igbo woman belongs to a Yoruba man. It's God's law. It is God's law. But is this God's will? It looks as though they have... still staying with the Yoruba themed something, whatever, the Yoruba jingoism. So still staying with the Yoruba jingoism. You know, there's a lot of people feel that the thing, and I've seen clips of people actually doing essays on this thing I'm about to say now. There's a lot of people feel that the thing, the rancor between the Southeast and the Southwest, it's a battle for dominance. And somewhat, if you hear that and you start to think about it and think back, you may well conclude that there's some veracity to that statement, that the battle between the Southeast and the Southwest is a battle for dominance. But if you had that thought, then you are very quick to want to dismiss it, because you imagine that there's a universal concession that the dominant Black culture is the Yoruba culture. Apart from the Black American culture, of course, which is a subset of another experience. So that's not really a Black experience, the Black American culture. But if you're talking about authentic Black culture, the far and preeminent Black culture has always been the Yoruba culture. So I'm not quite sure that there was ever really any contention in that space until I heard somebody talk about it, and I wondered if that was what the beef was all about. But I have no equivocation. The preeminent Black culture globally is the Southwestern culture. Watch this.
Mo wà ní òpópónà Kúrúzú, ìlú Salvador, orílẹ̀-èdè Brazil. Lónìí ní ilé ayé àjọ̀dún àádọ́ta. Mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo ènìyàn ti pìlẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ yín nítorí pé ẹgbẹ́ yín ṣe pàtàkì fún ìran ọmọ Áfíríkà ní ilẹ̀ Bahia. Lọ́wọ́ ilé ayé, a lè jà àwọn ọ̀tá wa. Lọ́wọ́ ilé ayé, àṣà wa kò parẹ́. Lọ́wọ́ ilé ayé, àṣà wa lárugẹ, ọ̀nàrẹ́ o.
All right. I think you've had enough of my difficult to digest voice. Let me play the Kegite music, and then I start to bring in the panelists that are starting to assemble somewhat. Plenty of room in the studio still. Anybody that wants to hop on the Kegite, and then the conversation. First, Egbelemo.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko Niruagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. We don't often see her in such ungodly hours, but I wonder what's propelled her in. The elegance that is Adama, of course, the mighty woman herself, the queen. So that's Adama right there. Adewale, of course, one of our regular staples, and Baba, a voice that we cannot now no longer do without. So that's the assembled so far. More room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. As convention will have it, ladies first. We go with Adama. Ada, wait happen now. We know they see you for these late dark hours.
Oh, woman, you just have me all right, dog. Please,
Eh?
can you describe what do you mean that Yoruba men? I just don't understand your description. Are you saying that you don't have enough Igbo women for Yoruba men? Because it's plenty of us. You guys can't help but just wonder in our beauty and elegance, intelligence, and above the all. So what are you trying to say? That we
Eh,
your Igbo women now describe now. Let me understand.
Is what you just said is what I'm saying now. I think they are. I say it in jest, but you see it playing out in real life. The allure and the beauty and the exoticness and the mysticism. You're an Igbo woman, as I don't even have to describe. There is something about the Igbo female that the the Yoruba man always gravitates to. Every other Yoruba man is married to an Igbo. You don't see much marrying from the north, maybe occasionally from the south, but almost a good 40%. If they marry outside of their stock, they are certainly going to the southeast. There's an Amaka and there's a Chiamaka in every Yoruba, plenty even in every Yoruba household. So,
Okay, the question I have for you, Woman, will you say it's a mutual attraction between both parties? Uncle Adewale, good evening, sir. And Mr. Baba, if that's you on the channel,
Good
good
evening,
evening,
my
sir.
sister. Why
Yes,
do I
good
think you
evening,
are the
sir.
one in that video? Were you the one in that video?
No, it's
no, Adama is finer than that. Now, Adama fine, you know, eh?
I didn't even I didn't even
Adama,
look at the individual, but I kept thinking maybe that's Adam. Maybe not.
No, sir, it's not me. I came in because Oma keeps saying that the Igbo women are lusting over the Yoruba men. And I think it's the Yoruba men lusting over us because they kind of help but appreciate. Yes, we love Yoruba men. Let's put it out here
Yeah,
now. We
but that's
love
what.
you guys.
But what you just said is what I'm actually saying, not the other way around. The Yoruba man, the Yoruba man, for whatever reason, it just adores the Igbo woman. I think they have this, and apart from the beauty, they have this large heart. They're not intimidated easily. They just, I don't know. There's something about them that there's an allure to the Yoruba man. So yeah, I think it's the Yoruba really lost in after them. That's what I meant.
Man, you know what? I haven't seen any intertribe marriage between Igbo and Yoruba, especially when the woman, I mean, is from Igbo side and the man is from Yoruba side, that they are poor. I haven't seen it.
No, Mr. Adeola, why are you speaking like that now?
I think
I have so much respect for you now.
I haven't seen a couple that married an Igbo woman, Yoruba woman, and they are poor. I haven't. They are all successful.
There'll be plenty now. There'll be plenty now.
Oh,
they
no,
they
Sir
don't
they are
flash up.
so plenty now. They are so plenty.
They're
What
just
I mean
not in
is that
public. Yeah.
the couples are successful. That's what I'm trying to, say.
So are you trying to say you've seen unsuccessful Igbo and Yoruba couple marry that has nothing to do with their financial status?
No. The couple themselves, now together, they've been the one I've seen so far. Though they've been successful couple. They're not like poor, couples. That's the trait that I've noticed. Like that marriage kind of blessed when you have an Igbo woman and the Yoruba man come together.
No. Uncle Adewale, I don't agree. It's just like someone like, let's say, let me just give an example now. I think one thing I love about this platform is this is a platform where Yoruba and Igbo can come and be who they are. For me, I come to this platform because I want to learn, because I respect someone like you, Mr. Baba, and what's our elder in this woman, what's his name?
It's been so long you've forgotten him. Ajanle Koko.
Hey, Baba Janle Coco, yes. Chioma, people love people like Chioma. Like when you see people like Chioma, Adama, and Isimiri, women that are beautiful, elegant, educated, we have our acts together. Men float over us. When you see men like Kulakta, who are successful and they like the finest thing in life, just like me and Chioma. And no, hold on, Uncle Adewale now. And you meet someone like what's his name? My brother Eze, the one in Canada. What's his name? The one that yells a lot, but he's very intelligent.
Emeka.
Hey, he yells a lot, but he's my brother because he's someone that's filled with so much knowledge. It's people like AY. We give them the leftover. People like AY for real and Lexi, you give them the maid, like the people that the organ don't want. You give them the leftover so that they can have it. So, but people like Kulata and a woman, Baba, Uncle Adewale, these are men of dignitaries, men that have their place in society. Like Mike, who is the Ifa of the platform. You want to make sure you place him with the right woman. So they were like, what don't agree with you? It doesn't have anything to do with money. We need to accept the fact that Yoruba men are lusting over you, Igbo women, and we women are lusting over you as well.
Adama, the question is why though? As beautiful as the Igbo women are, they are not the most beautiful in Nigeria. The most beautiful women in Nigeria are the Northerners. Especially
who are they? Please specify when you say the Northerners. Who are
the Fulani types. I don't think we have more.
Is the Fulani part of the Nigerian demographic?
Of course they are now. They constitute.
Would you give me a chance to explain myself? It is actually a compliment. I didn't mean that the women are the one pursuing a successful man. I mean the union between both the husband and the wife, where the woman comes from the southeast. And the husband is from the southwest. That union itself, it's successful. I mean, they are, how do I put it now? Together, they are successful, they are rich, and they are doing well. I haven't come across, a couple that are poor that have intertribal marriage where the woman is from the southeast and the husband is from the southwest. That means that union produced great and, a union that is blessed. I'm not saying that one is attracted to one because of the financial prosperity. No, I mean they come together and they become family and they are successful. I haven't seen the one that they are poor, like the both husband and wife are, they are kind of like completely wretched. No, I haven't seen that. It's like one complement one another, just to the way that the union is. Maybe I didn't explain myself well, but it's just the way both complement one another and they become successful. That's what I mean.
So,
I'm not talking about.
The question I have for you, as an Yoruba man, why will you think Yoruba men are attracted to Igbo women? It has nothing. Let's not look at their financial or beauty. Why would you say the attraction is there?
I mean, I've dated an Igbo woman before, and I don't know. The first and foremost, they are pretty though. Let's just admit that they are pretty, and I don't know. It's what I saw in the person I dated then was the fact that person was almost half Yoruba anyway because she was born in Yoruba land. But she's down with her culture though. I would say, I just see her. I mean, I didn't see any difference, to be honest with you. That was my attraction there. And besides, when you have both the front and the back, I'm down with you. And you are grounded with cultural values, and you are not like the one that is, decided to adopt Western culture or
and they know how to cook as well. They know how to cook as well.
Yeah. A very good, homely person. I mean, those are the qualities that I saw.
Hold on. Let me ask Adama this. Adama, am I wrong in noticing that Yoruba men marry a lot in the South? Of course, they marry mainly in the Southwest, of course, but any Yoruba man that ventures outside of the Southwest, they always end up in the Southeast. Is that not something that I've noticed that anyway? And if you look at all the yes.
You are
If you look
so
at
right.
all the big houses in Nigeria, there's even the Oni, when he went through a whirlwind of marrying, I think there was some
Man, I
Igbo,
just want to ask you something. The APC governor, the OPC chairman that you mentioned, what's his name? The one that looked like a cockroach. I'm sorry to that man. You know he's older. What's his name? Hi, why is he's
Oh,
a
you
do?
mean
He's a
Adams
do.
Oshomole?
Hi, one man. If I wake up next to someone like that, God forgive me. Hi.
Don't
My
worry,
backhand will
he's
just
married
slap
to a
him like
beauty queen.
this.
Oh, he's
I not
married to a
forget
beauty
it.
queen.
Don't own me
Beauty
now.
is in
The
the eye of the
beautiful
beholder.
beauty is
So
in the
don't.
eye of the beholder. But Shemola, let's say how many? Yes, a lot of Nigerian women. So when you talk about Nigerian women, I want us to put us in the class of the women segment in the one man show. You're talking about Dupsy, Chioma, and Adama. So put us in that set. We'll settle down with someone like Oshomole. Adama would not. The Dosi and Chioma I know would not. Because I
See,
like to look at my baby at
Adama,
night and
You
kissing.
will not you will not be persuaded by a check for $10 million.
No, I won't. No, Ojuya was very attractive now.
Oshomole is
Kimba
71 years
now.
old. Oshomole is 71 years old.
And that girl will be
Now.
34.
I sure,
Huh?
okay, at the end of the day, where is the strength? One man, where is
He
the
may not be
strength?
attractive to you, but
There
to
are
some it is.
there are tablets for that strength now. There are
I mean, you
tablets.
can imagine when he was younger, in his 40s, 30s, you know. I mean,
No, you
as you
can't.
grow
You
older,
no.
you become a
Hold on.
little bit.
Hold on, Dewale. You cannot imagine Oshomole handsome at any age. Look at him
Come
now.
on now.
He's short.
The more you
Woman. You
grow
see what I
older,
like you for? No,
the,
but no, Adewala. You cannot look at this Oshomole. I'm sorry, I like him. He's a man that, with his small physique, no. It is like carrying a distance. I'm sorry, as a woman, we like men that are embroidered in their shoulders, men that are masculine,
that
and
is not true. Somebody married Aki and
no,
Popo.
now
So if
not every
somebody could,
woman like cockroach.
have you seen Aki and Popo? So Aki's wife.
Forget Aki Popo has no
Yeah, but
choice. Only now.
those are anomalies now. What
But
Adama is
somebody
saying
is
is
down with them. Somebody likes that.
yeah,
Doesn't matter.
yeah, but what Ada is saying, and she may be right, is that's the norm. Women like men with broad shoulders, with a certain height, and carry authority as well. Am
That's
I wrong?
generalizing.
Am I wrong, Choma? Adama rather.
No, I'm right. What you're saying is true. Listen, what you guys don't realize is that we like men that are attractive. We've known Edo men as womanizers. Like people like AY them and Lexi that want to give them the maiden of the king. We can't give them the main woman because, they can't handle it. So AY and Lexi, you give them the leftover because if you give them the main thing, they won't know how to handle it. But these are men who are capable. But you know who men would like recognizing? Men like Kulata, men like Uncle Adewale. Baba is retired. His retired benefit is intact. But nǹkan tó yẹ kó wà ibi tó wà, ó wà ibi tó wà now.
Baba, they already retired.
Adama. Let me tell you something, Adama. Man not the fine. Na in pocket fine.
Yes.
Na man pocket fine. Even the short man, he stands on his billions. He will be taller than the so-called young men. So now man pocket they fine.
So that's what I'm saying on Kwadewale. AY is still working and Lexi is still working. So on Kwadewale that I know his retirement and his when I go to his, when you go to a certain store, they say above 65, do you have your benefit card? Ma presente. Be one no. Uncle Adewale, you are not at that set here. You are at one man. Was set here yet. Uncle so no ni. Sorry, I'm Ibo ta in by na. I'm a bashama for work on ba manipe. Sherry card ni.
Honestly,
Ada, you're a rascal.
Yeah. He came to
a blend of Southeast and Southwest. It's something else. Look, I tell you, Southeast ladies are the best, to be honest with you. I tell you this, I've had my own share.
I've dated the northerner. I've dated Cross River. I've dated somebody from Southeast, Imo precise. And I'll tell you, even Benue. Uh, you know, I think the most person I was comfortable with the most is the one from the southeast, because of upbringing from the southwest. So there's a blend, just like you, a blend of both, and that makes her grounded in both. And sometimes, to my uncle we go back, and she speak her language fluently, and I found that very attractive.
Americana, tí bá fọwọ́ kàn ẹ́ sí wá ní pé Adama kí ló ṣe é, wọ́n ní pé kí n fọwọ́ kàn ẹ̀ bá wọ́n ní pé baby kò relax máa relieve stress ṣé wọ́n ní pé mo gbọ́ ẹ̀ baby mi kí ló fẹ́ kí n ṣe fún ọ ẹ ṣe.
All right, that's Adama, of course. But yeah, so it's good to start on that. No, but it's something that I've always observed that the Yoruba men, they have a particular penchant for our sisters from the southeast, and I think it's quite right. All Igbo women, as God's law, all pretty Igbo women belong in Yoruba land. The only one that escaped us was Bianca Ojukwu. Femi Fanikayode, he got there first, but Ojukwu beat him to it, yes. You don't want to speak on the politics, do you, Adama? Should we launch into the politics?
No. When it comes to politics, no. I just want to promote our women, and we love what we love. We love Yoruba men. We love Edo men. Any men that treat us right. But what I like, for me, my preference is older men, like men that know what they want. Like, see, Mr. Adewale.
Is there a cap for that in terms of, like, you mean like a 10-year sort of no more?
For me, I think I at the stage I am in life now is the man that I just want to have fun with. On Kadewa, I can hear his voice. Baba will say to me, "Adawe, wasu or leg me kilo she now. Kilo manipo okay, Baba, come out of bed. What's it now? Like at the bedtime,
I go zip my pocket first."
The Nigerian women are starting to acquire a taste for travel now. They want men to take them to the Maldives and all this. So they've acquired that. Take me to the Maldives, take me to Paris shopping, sort of. That's where they are now.
It's true. Woman, the thing is that we need to realize that our men are aging, and the earlier the women realize that, everything our women do now relies on sex, and we forgot that these men get at a certain point. Sex is not all about sex. People like Bob, no, I don't want to put any name on it. We just want to enjoy. They just want to enjoy life. The companion is what matters. Someone they can have fun with, just relax, watch a movie with, do things of life, because these are men that have enjoyed their life in their 20s, 30s, 40s. They are not looking for a woman to do that with. They want companionship. And that's where I Adama, come in, because you know what? I'm looking for something, I want so that we both can just, windle down and not complain. We are not Sherry or Shomole. The only problem I have, one man that is important to me. They say if you want to know what your wife will look like when she's older, look at her mom. If you look at my mom is 82. One man, if I show you the picture of if I bring my mom on a live, you say, Adama, this can't be your mom at 82. The point I'm trying to say to you is, I want to be able to turn to my spouse when we are laying in bed and say, "Oh, that is one man. He looks so cute." Not I look at one man, and go, "Oh, Jesus." Say one man there, I'll turn the other side. So I'm just saying, let's be realistic. I'm not saying that it's all about beauty, but I know what I can tolerate and what I can put up with. And for me, I just want peace of mind and someone that just make me be a baby on the inside. That's all now.
With everything you've said, you're still wondering where the Yorubas are claiming they are right in the southeast. Why won't they want a bold, elegant, pretty woman like you? They always want something like that, because something that will complement their personality. Yoruba men can be very bold and very confident, in their own skin. And they
No,
want
but
someone who will compliment them as well, not a timid, somebody who will be shy, either in the answer room or
yeah,
in
because
the
you know
other
what?
room.
Because I think because some Igbo women, most Igbo women, women like me, we're freaky in bed. And I've been saying it in this, woman knows me. I'm a freak in bed. So if you have a woman like me, you know, you have a freak. It's not necessarily, you know, when you think about freak, people don't know that freak participate to, like, you have to evaluate the freak you are at the level where you are. So if I am dating Adewale and Adewale is in his 50s or 60s, you don't expect Adewale to do what he's doing in his 30s. No, it's called different levels of the game. So I, as a dama, know the level where you are, and I'll meet you at that level. Igbo women are good at adjusting at any other level. But people like Lexi, AY, you know, the one who aggressive, one can offend it off a bad soon. Or Tony, don't come wife and Lexi is just looking for someone that he will sleep with and he pay I'm in love with me. AY is looking for any to my be more fun. That's it, ne? So what money, but people that are serious. The point I'm trying to make is this: what I'm saying, I'm very serious in it, is that matured men who cite matured women go for it and they want it. So let's not make it and women who've embraced you.
There's one thing you said that I sort of agree with. A relationship that evolves into companionship is probably a relationship that will last. You know, the physical excitement of it, that's in the first flush of a relationship, and then it can get to somewhat of a standardized routine. But if you enjoy each other's company, you know, you're able to banter, you're able to fool around. I think that's really the foundation of relationship.
Okay, so man, let me ask you something. You see someone like Uncle Adewale, does he have time for a woman to banter with him? On a
No,
look, and you, do you have time for banter?
no, I like banter. I like I like conversations where it doesn't land. You infer something, somebody infers it back. But somebody like Dewale is have her washed and brought to my bedroom. That's brought to my
And
tent. Have her washed.
that's the kind of person I am.
Is
Let's
that an
wash,
assumption or
yes.
what you think Adewale is?
No, but they want to feel it. Ó fẹ́ describe your come mo ti study ẹ̀, mo mọ̀ ìwà ẹ̀, pé ìwọ kí n like ẹni tó máa rush ẹ̀ feel ẹ̀ kó describe bó ṣe wù ú. Mi tó mọ̀ ẹ̀, mo mọ̀ ẹ̀ now.
So you hear that one man, somebody already gave you my true personality. So take
Yes,
it from that.
you've been exposed. So that's it. So thank you, Adama. So that was I think we might be having Adama in to start the sessions for us from here on in. So that's the exciting start with Adama. Even more excitement with Baba. So Baba, take us to the politics.
Adama, you're a doll.
Why don't we come? Why?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Why are they presenting this guy in handcuffs, Baba? And if they are going to present him in handcuffs, why have they not shackled his ankles as well? Farutimi.
Well, I think one, it is standard, particularly in the kind of case it's involved in. You have to have a fear of the obedience. They could rush the correctional officers and take him away by force and turn their noses at the authority. So I think it's a precautionary measure, but it is standard though, because if they are taking you out, you are in their custody and anything can happen. And you, the officer, do you want to take a chance? At least follow the protocol so that you can say, it was in handcuff when this happened. But you can observe that when he was in a courtroom, the handcuff was off, because no judge will allow a detainee to be handcuffed inside the court. It's not allowed. But then equally also, I can say it may be contrived, in the sense that I remember Chief Gani Fahemi, when he was detained many years back. And he is, as a detainee, I think he was not supposed to be wearing the prison's uniform, but he insisted that he has to wear it in prison, and he has to take that to court. On his court date, they wanted to take him out and give him his clothes. He refused. He said he will go to court in the prison uniform. So it was a dilemma of that day. But at the end of the day, okay, he went to court like that. A lot of people have that photographs. I'm sure it's somewhere with people all over. When during N50MIL's time, when he was in uniform, prison uniform, he was brought to court. But I want to say this for the benefit of our brothers in diaspora and foreigners listening to us also. When they say 50 million naira bail, it's a different system in our country from that of maybe US or other places. You don't need a bail bondsman. You don't need to pay 10% of that 50 million before you are granted bail. In Nigeria, you just bring a person of means that can prove that he has 50 million in his account, and nobody is taking 10% of it to keep or ask him to deposit all the 50 million so he can sign the bail bond. He just signed, they are satisfied that he is worth that amount. And he goes, it costs nothing, absolutely nothing. But for this case also, no, a lot of people are being misinformed. There are two cases right now. One is a cybercrime case, which is for the High Court space. That is the one that happened today. They read the 12-point charges against him, and the judge, in his wisdom, because bail is at the discretion of the court, but the judge granted him bail for the sum of 50 million naira as surety, and then the person must be resident in that state.
Do you think that amount is low? When I saw it, I thought it was quite low. It's a low threshold.
Well, because of the crime itself is not a big deal. You understand? What's at the maximum, according to it, will be like 2 years. So, and it has also a fine as an option. So it's not, even 10 million will just be sufficient. The thing is for him not to run away from the law. That is the essence of bail. And Dele Farotimi doesn't look like somebody who will escape justice. No, he will not run away. So that is, so tomorrow he will still go to court. The magistrate court case still stands. But I'm very sure he will be given bail.
Let's clear up a little bit of confusion, Baba. So it was retained in custody by the magistrate court, but released by the High Court. So how is that overlap explained?
No, that's
I was expecting the release tomorrow, not today. I thought it was the pressure from the obedience space that got
No. The case for his fundamental rights was filed in Lagos. That is to be able to get his bail. That one is in Lagos on the basis of non-jurisdiction, that he was taken from Lagos to Ekiti, and he's a Lagos resident. So they've taken me illegally, and I want to assert my fundamental human rights. Please, court, grant me bail. But that case, I think, has not taken root. So the second case is the one police has filed, which is the police versus him on cybercrime space. What he has in the magistrate court is criminal libel case. He has it at the magistrate court. That's another case entirely. Whether the court has jurisdiction or not, I don't want to contend with that because I'm not a lawyer. But he will appear in that court tomorrow, and I'm sure, very, very sure, that the magistrate will grant him bail. But for today, even if he met the bail condition of 50 million and all the conditions tied to it, he will still be returned to the correctional center to appear before the magistrate tomorrow.
So it's not been freed, is what you're saying. So despite that bail, it's still not been free. It's still in custody.
Because originally, the magistrate that put him there has to give him also a bail tomorrow. And once they meet the condition of that bail tomorrow, he goes home. If you observe, the case also was adjourned till January. That the High Court case for the cybercrime adjourned till, I think, 20th of January. So tomorrow he goes to that the adjournment of the magistrate courts tomorrow. And of course, they will take his bail, and then also they will adjourn it, I'm sure, till January 2. So, and that from that point on, well, the case will start to go on. But for appearing for Obi to show up today at Chief Babalola's office inside his university, I think that's highly commendable. Blessed are the peacemaker, because they will inherit the world, according to the good book. So let's see how his intervention will work out. By the way, the white woman in that photograph, if I'm correct, could be that it freezes mother, who is the VC of the university. I'm not sure of that, but seeing a white woman in the proprietor of the university's office, I guess it could be the VC actually in that photograph. But one thing is that when you hear that your neighbor's beard is on fire, you start putting water on your own, because the Giardino Jew that also libeled the executives of the PDP, you can see how sensibly he quickly retracted and pleaded in public, in writing, and that's the right thing to do, because maybe he didn't have proof of what he was saying, and he knew that that's a dangerous ground, because that's the same example of what Dele Farotimi is under lock and key for, and he could be the next person. So he quickly retracted, and I commend him for that, because it's not easy. It's not easy, because he may not.
He doesn't have the level of backup that Farotimi has.
Yeah, that was good. That's what I was going to say. That
he will go back to farming after they drain him completely. They will shake him from head to toe. Every penny will come down.
And his own level of enemies are plenty, So he quickly retracted himself, and I commend him also for that. But these people that are like disagreeable and things, it's not easy for them to back down, because that's where they thrive. That's where they puff, woof, and bump their chest, thumb their nose at the public and everything. To them, every other person is just indecent. They are the only upright people in the universe, and things like that. But I'm just happy that at least tomorrow it will be over. But those who planning to invade Afe Babalola's office at Ogudu, fine, okay, you let them go there. And those who want to go to Ekiti, I hope they don't venture into the territory of Afe Babalola University, because whatever they found, let them take it, because there are students there and they are radicalized too, and they may be waiting. And of course, there is the Ekiti public. There is a small place, the population is small, but when it comes to reputation, when it comes to reputation, I mean, you have to respect the Ekiti people, because they are very dogged, and they have their integrity dogma in place at all times. So whoever is there,
Baba, going back to Farotimi being presented in handcuffs, because of course the correctional facilities, the authorities, they know that as soon as he steps out of that prison, the images will go nationwide, probably even worldwide, and they know that signals something to the space. So, were they right to do that at all, today have deferred somewhat to his position in society and public sentiment, and just it's not a flight risk. It's not a danger risk in any way. It's not known for physical confrontation. So there was nothing really that suggested that that level of caution should have been applied. So should they have considered the optics of it, the image of Farotimi in handcuffs before they let that out, or were they actually looking to have that image out in order as a punitive measure?
Well, like I said before, it is standard. It's a worldwide thing. You don't take an accused person from correctional premises to the court. Everywhere is even in. If you remember, people like Roger Stone, a Trump ally, he was arrested right in a car park, and he was handcuffed even behind his back and stuff like that. So they've shown him some respect by handcuffing him in front.
Baba.
Yeah.
Sorry, that
Adewale is in the court business, so he will know better what I'm talking
Do you
about.
mind if I disagree with you sharply on that?
Okay, let's hear your view.
Well, this is my opinion, not necessarily that is right or wrong. But the thing is, it's at the discretion of the arresting officer. Now, you remember when even the Donald Trump was arrested, his mugshot taken, it wasn't put in handcuff. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Dele Farotimi is not an unknown person to the public or to the court. Now, the court may say, well, the court doesn't recognize the individual. However, based on the of the case, I think personal recognition bail instead of coughing out such amount of money for what? Just to I believe it's bailable, but at the same time, put him in handcuff is unnecessary. When he was arrested in Lagos, the video clip that was circulating did not depict that he was put in handcuff or shackle. So if they could move him all the way from Ekiti, that takes almost 4 hours drive. Why should they put a handcuff from prison to the in front of the judge in high court? It doesn't make any sense. But sometimes this is a conservative state, kind of. They do their own thing without any recourse to Lagos. They don't send you. Let me just say that here. So everything that is done in Lagos is not going to be replicated in Ekiti. But come to think of it, it's not. I don't think it warrants being put in handcuff. Dele Farotimi is not going to run away. Or even Showore, at the point Showore wasn't put in handcuff whenever they bring him to the in front of the judge. But to me, it's just unnecessary, and that will play out into the same narrative of the obedience, the same way that, see the way he's being subjected to inhuman treatment and what's have you. I think the distance from the prison and the court is not that long. Why should you put him in handcuffs for what? Where is he running to? I don't think, even if his supporters are going to be, causing any chaos in the court, I don't think putting him in handcuff is going to help him too, because what if in the course of the chaos and he's being pushed down and he's will not be able to use his hand, you have to look at the safety as well. To me, it's just unnecessary, but it's at the discretion of the arresting officer. Now, even the judge cannot tell the arresting officer to put him in handcuff. That is why when an accused is standing in front of a judge, the judge will tell the arresting officer or the bailiff to let him loose, because you cannot, representing in the court and you are in shackle, except there is a precedent whereby the safety of the people present in the court, even judge included, is going to be in jeopardy. That is when it can be put in handcuff, and then that will also be at the discretion of the arresting officer, and the judge also can make data mandate with Baba, but I may be wrong.
No. Let me respond to that. The thing is, when he was taken from Lagos, it's at the discretion of those officers right there. But that is police. But in the correctional center, Those are different officers entirely. The officers, the correction officer will be the one to sign for him. I'm taking this detainee to court. So it is left to his discretion. One of the things he will take to arm himself is handcuff, which is standard. So the discretion is left to him. But if peradventure, nobody is going to complain if he brings him back wholly. Nobody is going to query him. It's a risk he has to take. But if peradventure the unthinkable happens and he disappears, that officer is in deep trouble. No senior officer will accept that he did not handcuff him in their presence, or they don't know. They'll say he signed for an handcuff and he took him out. That's a period. So that officer will have to answer for that mistake. So it's all about Britain. But I think Farotimi himself, he enjoys it, he wants it, he likes the optics. So it is good. That's what activists do.
You know, Baba, I'm looking forward to his first public commentary, Farotimi, after this. I want to see if his tone is going to be a bit contrite. Maybe, is there going to be contrition, or is it going to double down on the arrogance? I want to see how it comes out in the public.
Yeah, I look forward to that, seriously. I've been just thinking like me. I've just not knowing they will bring him to court today. I was looking to tomorrow after he left that place and in Lagos. Naturally, he's going to call a press conference. I want to look at his body language and what he's saying. I want to see what his eyes are saying, what his mouth is saying, because these are two different things. So I want to see whether they will still the bravura, the bravado, and the disagreeability in his voice. I just want to see. I'm interested in that, like your good self. So no problem there. So there is a good news. Actually, it's been like 4 or 5 days, I think. OPEC has increased our quota to 2.1 million per day from 1.5. So that is good. It shows me actually Nigeria has some clout in OPEC. When we talk, they still listen. And I can see that the military are like having more equipments adding that will help the Air Force and the Navy to patrol our waters and then see that they curtail the nuisance of oil thefts. You understand? But then I also want to say, for the benefit of all, that the oil theft they talk about, they make a lot of noise about, it's not about those 200 tons, 53 tons they take in ridiculous boats, maybe hiding through the creek and then taking them to West African country or a standby mother vessel somewhere where they have to go and load in small tranches until they have enough and it sails off. The real theft is in topping. That is because that is the real theft is in topping, because we are not calculating, we don't have the wherewithal to measure. Our pumps are faulty. Like everything, Nigeria would deliberately destroy it. We have centrifugal pump for both in onshore and offshore, because when you start taking crude oil, you have to, it's 2 meters, the one that takes it from the source and the one that receives it into the vessel, and the vessel also have their own record. The 3 has to marry before they can sign the manifest and the loading sheet of the vessel. You understand? But there is a conspiracy, high one, from those that are lifting, the owners of the well themselves, with government functionaries, or at all levels. They conspire against the country. You understand? To conspire against the country.
Do you think they ever sanitize that space?
Yes, it is the will of these people are not small people. You understand? They are not just people you can just yank. I think the thing is, the president just maybe have to appeal to their to appeal to them, to their conscience. You understand? They should stop it, because there are some people, whether we like it or not, it is all over the world. We mouth it every time. It's that there are people that are above the law or very close to being above. These people are not people you can just yank anyhow. It could cause public disorder. It could cause problem. And the thing is, even if you want to disgrace them publicly, it is you, the government, that will eventually disgrace yourself, because within 24 hours, they will be home back. They will go back home. Because as soon as you take them to the court, there could be about 50 SANs appearing for him. Even the ones he did not engage will come to appear, because they know that at the end of the day, there is something to be benefited from saying, I'm part of the team that's representing this man in court. For a youth, we are once, people like me, we are once youths. We have a different worldview about things, that it must be right. Nobody's above the law. You can't do this. You can't do that. But as you grow older, you have a different view of the world, and that kind of tame you. You get my point? Because what is happening is stopping. He has a right, everything. But maybe for that particular cargo, they have to just take about, let's say, 600,000 barrels. That is what the vessel came in to load. And now they load in 800,000 barrels. So there is 200. So they will have to prepare two manifests. One for the normal 600, and the other one reading 800. That one is for international use at port of discharge. That's the 800 one. But the one they sign off on everything here is just 600. So the 200,000 barrels is for everyone to share. It's so ridiculous that even the NPA pilots, the customs, the JTF, that's the Joint Task Force, military people, they will also share. People from what's the name? The department in NMPC, they just share the money like that. And that is where the real thing is. That is where it is. Nobody's talking about it, maybe because not many people know. But it is those people with what I will refer to as glorified canoes, taking maybe 50 barrels, this thing, and then go and sell it and come back again and start hovering around. Those are like drops in the ocean. That's where they are concentrating. It is stopping. That's the problem. So if they can curb that effectively, then nobody has problem. If they can curb it, it's about sincerity. It's about sincerity. My annoyance is that nobody is talking about that, because those that were supposed to talk about it are benefiting from it. They are the ones benefiting from it. So we can't continue to fool ourselves. We can't continue to fool ourselves. But I'm glad that OPEC has raised the ante. We are officially over 2 million. And that's about the size. That's why I say we still have clout in OPEC, because that's about the size upon which our budget of 2025 is based, 2 million barrels per day. And the Naira is inching to exactly what I think 1,650. I'm not too sure of the Naira something for next year's budget day. So it's all falling in place, and I want to believe we will have some peace. But I know this president will not succeed if he's not going to get, because when you see him not being perturbed, it's because he's sure of himself. He knows what he is doing.
You know, I have to say I agree with you with that. Tinubu seems to exude some unusual sort of self-confidence that the narrative, the experience of the country does not mirror the confidence that he has, but is showing that self-confidence in what he's doing, and is asking the space to be patient, but the space is suffering. So hopefully he does know what he's doing, because if he doesn't know what he's doing, it's going to be one of the biggest disasters that country has ever experienced.
Yeah, you got it right, one man. You can see he exudes confidence because listening to him pre-election during the campaign, he based everything on gas. We are a gas nation. We are not even an oil nation. Though our reserve is big, but compared to several others, we are non-starters. But the gas is one of the leading reserves, proven reserve, one of the highest in the world we have. That's where he's basing the drive of the economy. That's why he could open his mouth and tell us Nigeria could be a $1 trillion economy in a couple of years to come. And he's working hard at it. That's where he's anchoring all his hope. And I believe because of that, he may be able to tame this oil theft thing. He may be able to tame it, because these people that are troubling the nation, I will just say simply, he knows them, because Tinubu is an oil man. Let me just put it like that. He is an oil man. So let's leave that and go to, if Adewale will permit me, let's talk about France, because I saw Dr. Gololo ranting and talking about the military base. Nobody has talked about military base, for God's sake.
Sorry, before you move on, Ababa, just to corroborate what you're saying, I was just stating Nigeria has the 9th largest gas reserves in the world, higher than China, Algeria, Iraq, etc., 9th highest. Yes. Russia is the highest. I'm not sure we even come close to that in our oil reserves, but in gas, we're certainly comfortably in the top 10.
Yeah, you can see. So exactly, that's where the president is anchoring all his hope, and is aggressively working towards that. He's aggressively working towards that, and that's why most of the time he's always in France. Not because he wants to dupe the nation or anything, apart from maybe health issues. It is using that place as base to have his meetings in peace.
It's curious. It's curious actually, because we are an Anglophone country, not a Francophone country. So you'd have expected him, if he was leaning towards Europe, to lean towards the United Kingdom.
No, you see, look, we are just not abreast with where we are coming from as a nation. There was never a time France is absent in our mercantile life in Nigeria, because the basis of the trading companies in Nigeria, do I start naming them? Michelin, SCOA, Square, Gottschalk, a lot of French companies in these countries. Most of the Syrian, Lebanese entrepreneurs, you understand, that started trading, and Indian, most of them carry French nationality. We talk about even the Shanrai, the Quellerams, the Leventis. They are Greek, but they also are aligned with France. So France has always been in the picture, and they've always have love for Nigeria, because they look at their own colonies. They are just small parcels of land, and they are not doing very, very well. In West Africa, for instance, of the 17 countries in West Africa, only Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gambia, yes, I think 5 or 6 are Anglophone. The rest are Francophone countries. So they've always eyed Nigeria and dreamed that if only we could partner this country or have a foothold, if we could do well with this country. Look, they know definitely that Nigeria is big and wiser with mega resources, with men of timber and caliber, with resources. And
you know, Baba, when people talk about our relationship with France, they cite the examples of the relationship of France with its former African colonies. But I think that does somewhat of a disservice to Nigeria. And I don't think, I think France, they're too acute and astute to imagine that how they play in places like Niger or Chad is that, like you said, Nigeria is too sophisticated, too advanced for. They will try and play games, of course, but certainly not the sort of games that they know Nigeria is out to take a profit for itself, you know, and they will facilitate for that profit, but they will still work. So I think it's a different ball game playing with Nigeria than playing with Chad or Niger. Yeah,
exactly, Woman. We are not noticing the Glowman, Chief Mike Dr. Mike Adenuga. He has a very big relationship going on with France. The French cultural center in Ikoyi, he built it, he donated it, and magnificent infrastructure. He built it, and I think he has a legion of something of France given to him long time. Ditto for Dangote. Late Herbert Wigwe, he speaks French fluently. The Macron's friend. He has something going to there. And of course, the first bank chairman, Otedola, he practically lives in Monaco now. So France is a new financial paradise for our people. Of late now, you see Zenith Bank Ovia and UBS Elumelu, they are all there. And that, of course, will give us an edge in the sense that those we are in bed with before, America and England, for instance, will want to reorder our relationship and make it better, attractive, so that we can still come to them. So it's like a beautiful bride or a beautiful girl having been toasted by several suitors. That's the way I look at it. And I think we will benefit very, very well in this relationship. And it's even been going on.
Especially given the team that we have batting for us now. I think for the first time, Nigeria may well have its A team to contend with the international space.
Yeah.
We've never, for all of the, sorry, Baba, for all of the politics, we've never had leadership as, you know, as astute and tuned in as we have now. For if you leave out the politics, we've never had a team as sharp as this one. Right from the presidency all the way through the functionaries. Is it Yusuf Tuggar that you want to cast aside, or Bumi Ojo or Cardoso, or we have our A team batting for us now. Maybe
even the president himself has it all planned out. Yeah, that's why I'm laughing when Archbishop Kuka said we never had any president prepared. Tinubu is prepared. He knows what he's doing.
Prepared now. He was talking about credit card since he was governor.
Yeah,
he was talking about Lagos Calabar Road since 19.
Exactly. Though Kuka has worked that back anyway. Yeah. He has worked that statement back to give Tinubu his flowers. Well, coming home to Dr. Gololo is ranting and talking about military base. Who talked about military? They just kind of try to weave in some conspiracy theory that nobody is thinking about, nobody worries about, that is not going to happen today, tomorrow, or next tomorrow. Nobody ever postulated that idea. Yes, MOU has been signed. That's why it is signed. You have not read the MOU. we know definitely that governors of each state owns the land. That's what our constitution says. So naturally, Nigeria as a government map out what is on inside the soil all over the country. Or in this state, this is it. In this mine, this is the gold quantity. This is the gold bauxite quantity. This Nigeria has that as a country. So when they sign MOU and say, look, see, this is what we have here. This is what we have. A company in France says, okay, we are interested in this. So when they come, the governor, of course, will be involved. But they have to sell something first or show the buyer first before they can even bring in the governor. No, but we think a French mining company will just happen in Gongola, for instance, in Taraba, for instance, and start putting their machines on the ground. It's not going to happen because there is a lord there, which is the governor of the state. So why are they preempting things? Except they don't want anybody to come to their part of the country, because anytime I hear not, we Northerners, I get highly irritated. I've never heard them talk about Nigeria. It's always not. Always not. And that's where I disagree with them. Because as we say now, the government doesn't know what they are doing with the gold. That's where Yari made a lot of money that he wanted to use it in disrupting the election in the Senate. He wants to be Senate president. He spent a lot of money. Where did he get that money? From a state that doesn't have anything, Zamfara. It's gold. When he was governor, he was guiding that. We have the lithium, about 2-3 states in the north. We could see them packing a lot of lithium in trailers and driving them into other countries. We don't know anything about that. Meanwhile, is that what they want to continue so that they can be earning their own money like they are doing on VATs they receive on contracts signed without remitting the money to the center? But they have the audacity and temerity to be in the south and tapping the resources in the south. And I quarrel with people with a southerner who will come and say they are right. No, the Constitution is a unitary government we are running right now. That is why they could go to South and also partake in mining the oil there without anybody complaining. So why do they want to, the center want to now mine things in their own territory, and they are kicking? They are putting conditions on it, and you a Southerner, you come in or to come and say you support them. Are you thinking? Are you wearing your thinking cap? Just because you are in disagreement.
But Baba, does that now open a window of opportunity? So the nation can then say, okay, you keep your mineral resources, but then the South keeps theirs as well, and then
that's the corner they are dribbling themselves to now. Maradonas, they are dribbling themselves into a tight corner, because at the end of the day, we could say, okay, if is that what you want, hold on to your thing, and let's hold on to our own thing. That's where they are driving, and I know that they will quickly do a roundabout, because they have a way of justifying all of this nonsense they are spewing out. The same way they justify chopping the oil money from the south. So because, you have this extension of 300 nautical miles because of the population we have in Nigeria, on which we contribute about 60-65%. That absent the northern population, they will not grant us, by law of the sea will not grant us 300 nautical miles of boundary in the ocean. They have a funny way of doing their own arithmetic, like they did now, to say, of these 24 years of this Fourth Republic, we've governed 17 years, and they've only got, how many years they say they've got, the South have governed, and they have governed only 11 or so. So they want to bridge it. That's why a Northerner will take over in 2027. Really, Why should we talk about Fourth Republic? Let's go back to 1960 when we got independence, where Tafawa Balewa spent 6 years, where Shagari spent. Let's even leave the military one out. Let's talk about democracy first. They were there 6 years before the military coup happened. Shagari was inching towards the second term, the 5th year before it happened. So they've already had 11 years there. Then if we come to the military, which Obasanjo was just a lucky strike when Maurice Allah died. Apart from that, every military head of state have been North. Every military coup has been Northern coup. So what are they talking about? Look, I like there are different intelligence, but I won't say one is not good or the other one is good, but I like their own level of intelligence. It's kind of take the sweetest part of the cake, they cut it to themselves and push it to themselves, or the larger part of the cake with their own argument and their own submission and their intelligence. But it is we in the South that has to protect ourselves. But I know they are very clever. They can just as much become bellicose to the extent of going to the tip. But when they get there, they will not tip over. They know the strengths, where to stop all this agitation, unnecessary agitation, creating tension. France is here to do business. No military base. We don't need one. We don't need any military base. We are not afraid of our neighbors. And we are not very assertive. We've only been useful to our people. I mean, the people of Sierra Leone today and Liberia will worship the ground Abacha walked upon because he helped them. Not because Abacha wanted really to help, but because theory says that Abacha did it because he wants a lot of boys out of Nigeria so that the military will be weak on its own. When those boys are engaged, but they were there in their thousands. When they are engaged outside in Sierra Leone, Liberia, he will have little of them to manage so they don't plan coup against him. That's another school of thought. But those countries will always, and people of Gambia will always be grateful to President Jonathan. Because without Jonathan, Yahya Jammeh will still be shitting on them in Gambia until tomorrow. So we've done a lot for our neighbors. They have nothing to fear. We don't have the ambition to extend our territory. If we had that ambition, part of Cotonou will have been, part of Benin Republic will have been annexed to the southwest. But no, Nigeria is not interested in that. It is they who talk about their brothers in Niger, their brothers in Chad, and because the border there is seamless. People come from Chad to school in the nearest Nigerian state. They just walk in, walk out on daily basis. Somebody somehow was taking Marada train station to Niger Republic. I don't have what business do we have doing that? Except the president dictated it because he was in power. So he has the power. And the minister for transport then, Rotimi Amechi, pandered to them just simply because he wants to be president. And at the end of the day, did he gain the presidency? He did not. Because you plan against your own people, judgment day will come for you too. So that is it. So when he's talking and the Gololo is talking, I think he's a PhD holder, but he's disgracing.
Are we talking about Shehu Mahdi?
No, the guy you showed, the clip you showed. Is it not Dr. Garus?
No, yes.
Garus Gololo.
Yes.
That's the man I'm referring to.
Okay.
Who is threatening fire and brimstone and Tunumbu. Today,
but we get a lot of those garrulous elements in the north, though.
They are becoming many because we've taken feeding bottle from their mouth. You know, like BT said yesterday while I was listening, he said, when you want to deal with the North, you do when you start going about to settlements and giving them, that you are making a mistake. All you do is look for people who are ahead of their places, the emir, the sub chiefs, and things like that. Those are the people you settle. Once you settle them, you have the votes of everybody in that environment. And because that is what they do. But what did they do to their people? Nothing. The 70,000 minimum wage, how many of them are paying? Out of the how many states did they say they have in the north? I think 19 or so.
19, yes.
You can't count 9 of them already paying above 70,000. Some of them are paying 40. Now, today, even as we speak to, they're paying 40. Who is going to hold them? And they're having more allocation. Nobody's talking about that, because the more they focus, they draw the attention of their people to the presidency and the South, the better for them. It's not for nothing, but just to protect their own backside, because they are the problem of their people. It is not the presidency, it's not the government, because by our constitution, even primary and secondary school is the responsibility of the states, not federal government. Check. Secondary schools, primary school is 100% responsibility of the state governors. So if your people are not going to school, check yourself, not the presidency. It is your work.
Hey, Baba, I came to interject real quick.
Okay, Enzo.
So
Yeah,
sorry, it's on interject, but just to flash up to the audience, we've got a big guest joining us on Saturday, Otumba Segun Showunmi, one of the key chieftains of the PDP party. I'm sure you've been seeing him all over the media space. So now he appears on this platform on the 14th. So make sure you are locked and loaded for that. I want difficult questions for him. So we make a politician sweat a little bit. That's what we do here. And then on the 4th of January, we have Omoyele Sowore joining us as well. So that's been arranged. I'll put the flyers out by tomorrow. And then in between the 14th, which is this Saturday, and the 4th, we're trying to slot in another guest. We're working on that as well. So make sure all your senses are dialed to the platform. Is on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to both of those sessions. Yeah, Baba, I came to judge you because you are mentioning South people that like to talk about you agree with the North. So, and I was on this platform talking about Usman Yusuf and his stance on whatever mining agreement that Tinubu is brokering with the French imperialists. So the key thing is, and you mentioned that people come into, if they have to go and do any mining there, they have to include the governor because the governor is in charge of that space. Let me quickly debunk that. That's not accurate. Okay, if it's exclusive, someone can show up from Abuja into a particular space. I have seen it personally, and decide to do whatever they need to do in that space. And I'm talking specifically about oil blocks, drilling, whatever it is they need to do. They don't need to ask for any permission from any governor or anything.
Wait, are you talking about the South now in mining oil?
I'm talking about the South from historical experience of what has happened. So
let's make this conversational. In coming, do they see you people or not?
Do they see us how?
I mean, you having an input, the chiefs and the opinion leaders in that environment where they are going to do the mining.
The mining or the drilling or whatever it is.
Yeah,
no, historically,
mining or the
no, before the
OML.
No, before the agitation, no.
No, they do.
No, they started doing it after the agitation. After Kayama, before that, they didn't do anything. That's what led to people who show up from Abuja. People who show up. Listen, Baba, let me say this thing. People who show up from Abuja with a piece of paper, right, that has given them rights to do whatever in your land. I have seen it. Okay, this isn't any, and they would go ahead and do whatever it is. When Abacha and Babangida were giving out all the oil blocks, did they ask for our permission? No, Baba, let's tell the truth about this thing. So what I'm saying is, in this situation, and that's the point that I was making on the one man went to more platform. Let me drop jewels for one man. That's the point I was making, is that, you know, if he's going to sign this, whatever it is, we don't have the details, right? He needs to just carry them along, in whatever capacity it is, right? To help them understand that this is what it is. I agree with you that yes, revenue needs to be generated from that space. They need to stop the theft. They need to stop Yari and all those other people doing whatever they're doing in that space. And we need to generate revenue. But whatever he's doing.
Does his election not confer on him the authority, the powers to act on behalf of the country? How many people is he going to consult before making
just because you can do something doesn't necessarily mean you should. And that's why I keep referring to the historical context, that Nigeria never learns its lessons. Just because you know how to do something and you can go in there and you can take their gold or you can take the lithium and give it to France and do whatever, doesn't mean you should. Because it opens up a Pandora's box that leads down the path of something else. And I'm speaking as someone that has seen communities that have been devastated, that have never recovered from the same thing.
Wait. We know plenty. Make we discuss this. Look, what obtained in the South, this is it. And listen to me carefully. The man is granted the oil license. The chiefs, let's say in a particular village, the chief of that village, from the word get-go, they know about it. They may not tell the entire village or the entire community, but they know, and they've started chopping from beginning. It's only when they arrive, the genie will get out of the bottle, will be let out of the bottle. Everybody becomes agitated.
So
but to say nobody knows at all.
This is what I'm saying. When they gave the person the rights to do that thing, they didn't consult anybody. When they gave the oil blocks to whomever they gave it to, they didn't consult any indigenous person. Correct. Maybe after they've given them, that's what I'm saying. They've given them the oil blocks or given them the rights or whatever it is. Those people now come on ground.
They are not obliged to, is the thing.
And that is the point I'm making. You are saying, yeah, they don't have to, so they don't have to, yeah. But where has that taken us in our country, honestly? I mean, okay, let's take your point. They're not obliged to. They didn't do it. And for a certain part of Nigeria's history, in the recent past, the oil production was cut down significantly to the point that the country was almost brought to its knees. Why? Because of that kind of rhetoric. So what I'm saying to you is this sort of thing, because you have a unitary system and the federal government through the military has given themselves exclusive rights to mining, which has caused a numerous downhill cascade of problems in the nation, right? Because of that same thinking, woman, they don't have to, so therefore, okay. Well, look, the North is already a powder keg, right? We already know we have major issues there, right? It's barely recovered, right? Those people already making money from mining in the North will continue to want to make their money. I'm not saying I support them, but with the president understanding the delicate situation, there's a way in which you have to approach this. And it's not saying I have exclusive rights, therefore I'm going to give it to whomever. My thought process has always been, why give it to any foreigner in the first place? That has always been my thought process for anything in that country. Oil, anything. anything that has to do with mining.
Because we
Lithium.
don't have the expertise. Do we have the
That's what,
expertise?
see, but you see, woman, that is a fallacy. I'm sorry.
We have the expertise to drill oil.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Woman, oversized.
What I'm saying to you is, look, the machinery, the tools, everything that you need, there are experts around the world, numerous experts around the world. Now, if you sit them down, they will give you a blueprint on how to harness gas and do whatever it is you want to do with it. Right? I'll give you a sports analogy. When Super Eagles are not doing well and we have a local coach, what happens? We fire our local coach. We're going to hire, whether it's Bertie Votes, Lars Lagerbach, Lars Westerhoff. We bring them in, they take us to World Cup. They're still working for Nigeria, right? The Super Eagles brand is still our own, but they're delivering on something that benefits the nation. Dangote opened a refinery. He didn't bring the French in. He didn't bring the Chinese in to take over his refinery and have, 60% equity. No, he hired some of the best minds around the world, whether they're Indian or whatever. He hired them. They work for Dangote. They help the Nigerian economy. It's Nigerian owned. That is the same approach we need to take to all these things. We need to get out of this mentality of we have to go and meet the French or meet the Chinese or meet these people. And then they will come, they will take the raw materials to their country and do whatever it is. No. Why aren't we thinking about leveraging the Nigerian expertise in the diaspora, leveraging the Nigerian dollars, stolen or legitimate, right? Leveraging Nigerians that have access to capital. I've always made the argument that Tinubu is meeting with the wrong people. He needs to meet with his people and leverage them to come on ground and let us build a lithium battery manufacturing plant. That is how we need to think in the 21st century. We can't continue to think like a raw material entity because that's how they'll treat us. And, bringing France saying, oh, yeah, they'll do whatever. I don't even know what it is. So I don't want to speak about it because I'm ignorant about whatever he signed. But at the end of the day, we need to think on that level. Baba, when I was in Nigeria, I went to Okpoma Brass to see some of my maternal people. And that's the same thing I was saying to them. We've played that game. I'll talk about in his own nation. We've played that game wrong. We have been begging for scraps from the federal government, right?
Yeah, not our fault now.
Yeah, not our fault. I know they dispute them. Not our fault. But we have to wake up to it. We have to wake up the default
and the
position.
time is now. The time is now. You guys are missing that time, this opportunity now. Because this president needs friends.
He needs friends, but he's not going about it the right way. Scrapping of that ministry didn't make him a lot of friends. And I sometimes I don't know what Tinubu is thinking. Delta State is there for the taking. Rivers, Bayelsa are there politically, right?
Correct.
Historically, our regions haven't gotten a lot of attention. He can easily cross that bridge. Easily. Right?
Correct.
I just feel the president doesn't have a lot of respect for us. That's my interpretation. Because if he did, he would easily cross that bridge. The attention he would give them, Ijaw people are easy to get along with. We might be the easiest people to get along with in our country.
I think so.
They would easily go on his side. I'm telling you. And he will secure. I heard you talking about gas. If that's what he wants to do, there's a way in which you do it. The trip to Europe is not the place to go. He needs to take a trip to the Niger Delta. And he'll make a lot of friends. I'm telling you, it's something that's simple. But, I don't know, I don't know how the politics plays in Nigeria. I don't know what they're thinking. So, but in terms of the people in that region, I have said it. The Dangotes, the Boas have given us a blueprint. That's the blueprint we need to embrace. We don't need to look at this as continue to wait for the federal government to give us scraps. No, we need to take control of the entrepreneurship part of our destiny and implement it. Gas. We need to go ahead and figure out a way to stop the flaring, to harness it, and to leverage it. And it can be done. It can be a PPP. It can be done. We can do it in conjunction with other states. It's there for the taking. But my frustrating part, Baba, is that when I talk to some of these people, that's not the conversation. You know, the conversation is federal government, you know, it's 13, it needs to be this. I'm like, no, why are we waiting for them to give us something? Why don't we create it? And then we keep 100%. And then we transform our region. That's how we need to think. You understand?
You see 100%.
Yes, I mean, okay.
With this constitution, wait.
If Baba, and you're an oil guy, so let me just, I don't want to release the blueprint here on this platform, international platform. But
myself, I'm holding back a lot of things. but
maybe we should talk separately. But if we are able to create something, then we're not liable to give anything to the federal government. You see what I'm saying? Unless the federal government has equity in it. The only thing we need to get from them is their permission. Right?
What about the constitution?
Is BOA liable to give the federal government anything if he's the one doing the private business? You see my point? That's the point I'm making. Akon created Akon City from Chinese funding. So we can create something to harness our gas that's flaring.
Izon, you're making a mistake. I know boys that have license to leave gas. People have license. What they don't have is money, the investment it takes, and the expertise. The expertise costs a lot of money. Let me land.
I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I'm just smiling because
hold on, let him come in.
One guy that we used to party together in uni, he's been sitting on gas license for like 5 years. Many people in Abuja have gas license, mining license. Another classmate of mine, I almost dropped his name, has mining license. The guy, since we graduated, he's been hovering around Abuja. He has mining license to mine many things. My own customer that used to help me get a Greek stuff is now doing lithium. They have license. Told me if I want the genuine one, he can get me that, and if I want the backdoor one, he can get me that. People have it, but they're sitting on it. It's the same way people have had refining license.
There's a member of this platform that has those licenses too. I'm not going to.
So when we talk, I just laugh. It's not like we don't have the capacity. It's time we acknowledge our limits. The people that have the capacity are very few. And look at Dangote. The guy almost died with the 20 billion. The gas infrastructure is not cheap. It's expensive. And the people that are going to buy from us, apart from our own internal customer that we need to kind of like do with the KKK, people that are going to buy for us are European countries. That's the closest. Or maybe, Ghana is an only basic. Ghana, to buy electricity, they won't pay money. So serious buyers are going to be the Europeans. To get the kind of investment, Dangote will have to stretch himself, or we need to pull some other person. How many people are showing up?
But Kulata, you're making my point though, right?
How many people are showing up?
You're talking about individuals that have licenses. Yes, they're individuals that have licenses. I don't know anything about how they're going about getting funding, so I'm not going to critique them. What I will say is there are people in every single space in that country, right? And even in my conversations, and again, I'm dancing around a lot of stuff here, but even in my conversations, certain people were mentioned immediately, right? That can get the funding needed to do certain things. So there are people that can get the funding needed to go ahead and get these things done in Nigeria.
No, that is where
No
the
question
problem
about that.
is. They
Was
talk about, but when they give them that license eventually, don't forget what happened to the small refineries, modem of refineries. You know, initially when Baba OBJ issued that, I think about 26 or even 56, I can't remember the figure, but how many are performing?
Yeah,
Until
Baba,
I
they,
think
they give them modular refinery plus importing license. Which one do they use?
Yeah, but who are they giving these things to now? Why are you guys talking like this? I'm Baba, by the way, what I'm talking about is more. We need to talk on the side. I don't want to release all my stuff here.
don't open up.
It's
Just
more.
go
It's
as much
more
as
on.
you can.
It's on a grander scale, right? This isn't some random person that says, "Yeah, I can get money, this and that. I'll bring my own funding, whatever," and they bring him in and say, "Here, take the license," and then he sits on it. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something else. But I agree with Kulata. Some of those people he's talking about, I've even met some of them that say, "Hey, if you have anything, go and bring. Now we'll do. I have the license." Those people just get it and sit on it. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about something else. But what I've seen is that there are people that have access to the funding, right? That can be leveraged to do something on ground, right? A lot of times it takes the right people to have these conversations and spark up whatever needs to be done. Tinubu is one of those guys. And again, I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'll just talk about the lithium, for instance. If he wants to, that conversation can begin in the north, and he will get it done. He will get it done. He needs to speak to people's interests, high network people that have the funding to do this thing. It's not. We might think of this like, oh, it's pie in the sky. It won't happen. It's not. I promise you. The default thinking and default position is always to just go get a foreign company and they will pay us and they take whatever they need to take. We're not going to.
The default for Nigerians is not to do things that are stressful. Their default is to what's it called?
Commission agent.
Rent, is to seek rent. That's why most people you would think it's common sense that we should have built refinery now. You think it's common sense that we'll have been flying gas. But rather than do that, they'll sit the corner where what that thing Baba described. Because I know NMPC today, people what they're pumping could be over 2 million or 1.8 or something. And what they're declaring is like 300,000-400,000. That's that oil theft. People are content with doing that. Nobody wants stress. And the only good thing about Nigeria is that we're copycats. So now that Dangote has done his own, it's been successful. People are now saying, okay, let me go and do it. But the inertia that exists in Nigeria for anybody to get off their ass to go and do real work. I mean, is it not mind-boggling that we have a steel plant that has almost been completed, but people are using it to chop money to do football? It doesn't take rocket science. A serious investor that Nigerian could have bought that goddamn thing and started producing steel. But no, they will use that to just get to turnaround maintenance. It's the lazy mentality. It's not, we don't want to do anything until we're forced to do something. It's not for lack of trying. Our people are just goddamn useless.
But you're not though, Kolata.
I don't have the money. I don't have the money now.
Okay. You're not useless. One man is not useless. Baba is not useless. I like to think I'm not useless. At least sometimes I'm not. So, and we're all Nigerians. So out of how many of us here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have several people that are not useless. If you extrapolate that to the entire population, I think we'll be fine. But I get what you're saying, Kolata. I'm just joking. But I think, it's a good point. I mean, we can all give several examples of things that we can easily do, but we don't. But let me ask you this, though. Don't you think it rolls down from the top? Don't you think if there's an initiative from the top that starts to speak to this form of nationalism and making sure that we're able to embrace and control our own future, it rolled down? I'll give you an example. Recently, I listened to an interview Tucker Carlson did with Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. And he was saying that they were asking him...
I saw that too.
You saw that? Very interesting. The guy is extremely sharp. And they were saying that, what do you think about Trump coming into office and lifting the sanctions? And he laughed and he said, I don't even know if we want the sanctions lifted. And Tucker was like, why? He said, because we've learned through the sanctions how to rely on ourselves and controlling our own future. And we've realized that we're better off in that position than deciding or having other people control aspects of our economy where we're totally reliant on them and they can easily turn off the switch at any time. And that immediately had me thinking about Nigeria, like, dude, we are so reliant economically. I'm not talking about anything else. Like we are, I mean, they could immediately make us starve in a heartbeat. Like we don't control anything. And there needs to be a sense of urgency for us to say, okay, you know, I'll use the lithium example. There's a huge push. Everything is going in that direction. There are a lot of companies that are going to be looking for either the resource or the batteries. The same way Taiwan has specialized in, what's the name of that thing? Help me out, Glata.
Microchips.
Microchips, yeah.
Microchips.
Yeah. So we can specialize in creating the batteries. We can specialize. We're not dumb. We have to.
When have we ever functioned at that frequency that you're describing? When has in the all of the history of Nigeria, you say, there's a Nigerian guy that heads XYZ in ABC country. When has Nigeria, in the firmament that constitutes, ever functioned at a frequency that can produce anything of any real quality that the world would want?
Okay, that's where we are now. Enzo, let me come in because
in art and entertainment we do.
You made a point. We are at that point. It's like Lavrov talk about. We are under pressure, but the temperament of Nigerians is different from that of the Russians because they are like, it's not a full democracy. So Putin is the overlord. And what Tinubu is doing, which a lot of people are not seeing, or a lot of us are pretending as if we are not seeing it, is about the same thing, looking inwards and trying to redirect the way we do business. Even Buhari did better because Elon Musk came when that lithium was discovered during Buhari's time. All he wanted was just to mine and cut away. And they said, no, let it be in the ground there until we can see somebody that come here to build a factory, mine, and make the lithium batteries here. He backed out. He backed out because he has no respect for the blacks. So we need reorientation to know that, like, let me use the football coaches said this thing, we have to suffer to get there. It's not a given. We have to look inward, we have to suffer. And are we ready for that? That is the problem.
Baba.
Yes, yeah. I want you to necessity. And God necessity. Is in control. Yeah.
They say necessity is the mother of all inventions.
Yeah.
You have to put the condition that to do all those freebie stuff becomes almost impossible. Now, okay, they've stopped subsidy. People are now forced to go do this modular, this, go do that, go do that, go do this. Forex, they've not just stopped it. They've opened it up into Bloomberg. So it's you can see all your trades. Everything is transparent. So we have to put those right conditions. Are people going to suffer? Are people going to die in the process of kind of like winning them off free stuff? Yes, of course, that's going to happen. People die every time, and there will always be poor people. But if we don't set the conditions right, and we feel we're doing ourselves a favor by doing this, you have to make sure, like, you can't gain from easy access anymore. Then you'll be forced to think. If you're forced to think and you start saying that, hey, there's actually bigger money. Look at the money that Dangote will make. There's no oil subsidy money that anybody will collect in Nigeria that will match the amount of money that Dangote will make from refinery. And that's the difference between Oyinbo people and us, Dudu. Because they can see that if I invest, I'll not only make money, my generation will keep making the money. But we just kind of like, look at money on the road, like monkey banana, just go and rush it. Don't think about plantation. That's where we behave. So Tinubu is at least setting some conditions right. It's painful, though. That's what is called reforms. It's going to be painful, but it will really, really reform the way we do things because you will have no choice. That's just my take on it.
I mean, reforms are needed. Even with this thing, it was always needed.
Do you also consider that reform comes necessarily with pain?
I mean, I do, but there's
no real reform ever takes place without a really
the reform. Essentially, the term reform means a level of sacrifice, right? But here's the thing, one man. There's a way in which the reform can be implemented, right? And I think that's where we see the difference. Because if it had been implemented, you understand your space, you understand how people are living, you understand the dynamics. You're like, okay, we have to roll this out. Yes, the announcement is made, the rollout has to be done a certain way, right? And I think that's where we saw the issue. But no question, especially when you sit down with people that know this space well and they explain to you that, hey, look, this is how we were living. This is how we're using our budget to pay for currency exchange. This is what was happening with the subsidy, But the only thing with the subsidies that I'm concerned about is, okay, fine, you want to take away the subsidy. I get it. But you need to stop the bleeding, right? People are still stealing the resource. The crime and lawlessness in that environment still exists. Like, you can't do one and not fully tackle the other. It just doesn't make any sense. So fine, you want to stop the subsidy so you can fully leverage and generate revenue, but you're still hemorrhaging your main resource and people are stealing it nonstop. But you can't tackle it. I heard Baba saying, oh, he knows the people and those people are powerful. So therefore, but that in itself is an indictment of the president, because if the president knows who's responsible or lacks the balls to do what's necessary, what does that say about him? So yeah, I agree. Do the reform, take away subsidy, but fix this as well. Because when you do the math, how much is being stolen and how much we're losing, that doesn't make any, the math doesn't add up there either. So you need to fix that as well. And that's where you start to look at it and say, look, dude, what are you doing? Like, one of the main things you see in Nigeria is the absence of law and order. Like, we need to really have a structure, because, even the ancient Egyptians, the thing they were afraid of the most was chaos. Well, that's why they made sure they had proper order in their system. So if we don't have that, even the lithium factory we're trying to build and bring in investors, it won't work, because they will find a way to skirt the system and destroy it. So, and one of the main things or main challenges he has, that Tinubu can fix it. If anyone can fix it, I think he can, is the oil theft. Maybe he's waiting till the second time. I don't know. I don't want to prejudge, but he can fix it. If it takes one of these guys that doesn't give a damn, there are a lot of them in Nigeria, puts them in charge, they will root out that thing. And if my brothers with Antita are saying the Navy is involved, then the Navy is involved. And they're not the only ones that have said it, right? And that whole thing needs to be overhauled. And they need to fix that whole system, because there's no way people are bringing in tankers and just stealing oil. There's no way. And you don't have a lot of people implicated in it. So, well, man, it's one of those things where, yeah, do your reform, but look at how much we're losing on this other end. And if you can fix that, think about how much money you bring into the country. But the thing which started our conversation, the thing with France coming in, and I don't know, again, it's difficult to criticize because I don't have the details. But whatever he wants to do in that northern space, just give them the courtesy. You're still going to do it anyways. Just give them the courtesy and have a conversation. Right? And, even if they say no, you're still going to do it. But at least they can't say, hey, Tinubu. And I'm saying that just from what I've seen in my region, that's happened historically.
I don't think it necessarily has to extend that compliment. Not out of arrogance, but out of just the art of governance. So are we talking about that any major decision that the presidency or the central space or the government has to take? They have to go through a whole raft of consultation amongst the sensibilities of that space in order then to how can government function like that? Once that gavel goes down to say you are the president, then the authority of that office confers decisions on you. So make the decisions, be sensitive to the sensibilities, but don't be overly fawning towards these people. There's no satisfying those people anyway. Once you go into that space, one, they will hemorrhage a lot of dollars, and they'll still come out on the media space being dissatisfied because they're led by two things: money and tribe. So just make the decisions, but try and make the right ones. That's just it. They've been harvesting. The biggest oil block holder in Nigeria is in Demi.
I know. Yeah, I'm aware.
He has never been to the south.
No, he hasn't.
He probably can point it out on the map.
T.Y. Danjuma owns one too, by the way.
Yes, it was given to him by Abacha.
Woman, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I know what that has cost in the past, right? If I was just a ruthless SOB, I'd be like, you know what, screw them. Tinubu, go in there and take whatever you need. And if they don't like it, eat rocks. But at the end of the day, what is that going to accomplish? And you said something. You said be sensitive to their sensibilities, but do not overly cower. Okay, so how do you cross that bridge? On one end, you're saying be sensitive to their sensibilities. Do not overly cower. No one is saying you should overly cower, right? But at the end of the day, the federal government is going to do it, right? But there's a larger issue brewing behind all of this, which is the, owning your own resources thing in Nigeria, right? Because anywhere you look in the world that has, you don't have this.
Sorry, what do you think is propelling this outlash that we're getting from the north? Do you think it's the greater good or pecuniary interest?
It's their interest, not the greater good. Of course, it's their interest.
No, Aizon. Is it the interest of the rent seekers or the people of the north?
The rent seekers, not the people.
Exactly, not the people.
Yeah, they don't give a damn about the people. Well, Baba, I know this. Listen, I know. All I'm saying is, even if we all know this, we all know they run a feudal system.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me also ask you this: what do you think they're asking for in the north? Is it hands off or pay up, or be sensitive to our people? Because I think this is
it could be hands off or pay off.
Or pay up, yes, or be sensitive. Hands off or pay off. That's one option.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two. I don't think it's sensitive to our people.
No,
I don't think it's sensitive to our people.
So I don't know why you're cutting them slack, or you are showing sympathy. Or
I'm saying that if he's going to, well, he's already decided to do it. It's not a matter of if. At the very least,
I think they should go in there with French soldiers and whoever the wrong way. They should
you and these your outlandish ideas.
Yeah, whether we like it or not, they might refer to themselves as the North, but they're still Nigerians. So I think it's look, at the end of it, it's not going to take anything off his skin. I'm not in favor of this unitary system. We have regions. A lot of these regions are
the worst thing that happened to us.
I'm telling you, we're very different. Well, we're similar, but we're different. You understand? So imagine now, right? A Yamiri from Southeast gets the rights to do something in one of these places in the north. I'd like to see how they react. The same way you said
it will come back in body bags.
I like to see how they react. And by the way, Baba, with mining, what's the split? How does that factor into federal? States? Do we have the same derivation for mining versus non-mining states? What happens there? Has that been ironed out in our system, or is it kind of whatever the federal gets, they decide what happens to it? So, for instance, if we decide to mine, 100 tons of gold bars, and we sell all of that, how does that revenue get split?
This is what the Constitution says. The governors are in charge of the land. Well, being in charge of the land is so complicated. The governor cannot map the land to find resources or have resources through its mapping, knows where those things are. It is on the exclusive list of the federal government. But when you say the governor is in charge of the land, but when you are making incursion into a state to map out the state, is the federal responsibility. I don't think you need the permission of the state governor then. But when you now discover it, this is where the gray areas, the constitution is not clear. Now you want to bring a third party in to come and explore or mine. The states have to be involved for and on behalf of the people of that state. That's where I'm a little bit confused. That, okay, as it is on the surface, you have no business with it. Looking at what's happened in the Niger Delta, they do the mining, then they settle the oil companies. I think from all their liftings and sales of the oil, they give the community, the oil companies from their own purse have to give the community 3%. 3%, which they are still giving, but the Perez, the chiefs, all of Amayanabus and the Ulus, all of them are chopping that 3% quietly. Quietly, they are chopping. That is apart from the derivation. This is from the oil company directly. It's in the PIB, and the oil companies are respecting that. So the thing here is, if we have now to do it in the north, that means the people are involved, the governor is involved at the beginning, what they are going to get. So it's about negotiation, even though the constitution didn't spell that out. So it's a new ball game entirely.
It is. I mean, so what happens with? Do we have? You know, you have oil producing states, or would that happen now with mining producing states, and they would have a higher derivation versus non-mining, and then with the additional revenues? This is under the assumption that all of this goes through, right? And the additional revenues, what does that spell out in terms of allocation to different states? And I haven't seen anyone bringing this conversation to the fore. Like, it's
because
just
they are not interested, because they just want the feudal system, which still persists there, which is not recognized by anybody, but feudalism still thrives in the north. The thing to do is actually the elites want to be involved. Already they are chopping this thing, whether we like it or not. They are selling their gold. Where Alaki came the other day and brought the nuggets, and since then do we know the nuggets going to the central bank? Nothing. They bring Ruwa carry, and now to intimidate the government. But mining is still going on. Lithium is being lifted by Chinese and smuggled to Niger to be exported out, or Mali, or this thing. So it's not defined. But meanwhile, in the south, we are suffering because we are sharing the resources still with everybody. But why are they not sharing their own and allowing and the federal government to have an incursion there, so that they bring that to the table too, and we all be chopping together? Why did they want to chop alone?
But maybe there's oil in Osun State.
No, but it's not of a high commercial value. I think the whole derivation is from 13 states.
There's gold in Ogun. No, there's
gold in Osun, not oil. Gold,
in my hometown, yes, we have it.
So what's happening there? They're not leveraging it.
They're leveraging it now. That's the only gold mine in the country that the federal government is getting money from. We're sharing it.
Kulata, wait. I now remember. Even in that gold in Oshun, you know what the government did? Because they are not even having anything. They have no control on the contractor or the miner, and the miners don't even mind the state government. And the state government says there are some taxes they have to pay. And the state government, they went there and lock up these mines or their offices. And federal government told them they don't have any rights whatsoever to do that. So let's look at the North now with that kind of scenario. I think that is what they are trying to avoid. Because Osun State should start actually earning something from that gold.
Yeah.
Before they can take that action, that means they don't earn anything from the gold they mined in their state.
And that's why I was asking the question, Baba,
the
about
federal government. The federal government is making money from it.
But that's why I was asking the question about mining states. States that mine.
Sorry, John. Is that derivation exclusively just for the petroleum space, or is it across all mineral resources?
I think it's just for petroleum.
Yes, so the gold space should go and cut itself a derivation.
That's what I'm saying, that for mining spaces that have minerals, shouldn't there be a conversation about how that split would work? If, you bring the French, or like in Oshun's case, for instance, shouldn't they keep a larger share of their gold revenue?
I agree with you. Yeah. That's true, because I just remember that just a few months ago, about 2-3 months ago, they had that problem when they said no, by law, constitution, you don't have a right as a state to interfere. And they say with just the small taxes, all they are digging our place and their trucks moving up and down and shifting the soil. So we ask them to pay tax, and they say no, you have no right on them. Stay away. And Adeleke was cowed.
Wow. Because if we do true federalism, Oshun will harness that and keep 100% of that revenue.
I don't mind.
No, I mean, I'm fine with it too. Yeah.
If they allow that, you guys can be coming and watch our governor dance, and we'll be making money. Yeah.
Do we get 13% derivation on that? Adeleke's moves.
Entertainment, of course. Michael Jackson.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, they're not getting anything. That's true. There's a conversation to be made about this mining thing. And that's the danger. I don't like the South, the Niger Delta keeping quiet. Because it's like they are being shortchanged. But I'm happy that the Ogoni people are really fighting harder. And the Ijaw National Council should wake up, because Papa Clark will not be there forever. He has already checked in. He's the only one voice they now fear in Abuja that is talking. And once he goes to sleep, then I don't see that there will only be cacophonous voices all over the place in the South.
Yeah, Baba, you have to realize Pa Clark is cut from a different cloth. He belongs. He's a relic from a time gone.
I mean, at 27, he was already a commissioner,
federal
commissioner, which is a minister. 27 years.
Yeah, he's a relic from a time gone. So the people like him are rare in Nigeria today. The Benjamin Okaba is the head of INC, National Congress, and some of
Ankoy Briggs is cut from the same cloth as well.
Yes, that's my auntie. Yeah, so
I like her. That's one of my. If you want to know the sort of guest I want, it's like people like Ankoy Briggs.
I like the way she's very assertive. She doesn't care about any other place. It's Niger Delta.
That woman is made of stern stuff.
All her interest is Niger Delta. Anytime she opens her mouth.
Is she mixed race?
Yeah, she is. Most of them now. Yeah, her mom is Scottish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Most of the people from those are Bonema, Buguma, all those areas. They are all mostly mixed because they encounter seamen in those days easily now.
Yeah, we had a lot of interaction with Europeans. That's for a long time. If I take you to Opama or Brass, in Bielsa, you see a lot of those missionary churches that remained from there. They kind of preserved a lot of them. And,
Those guys fine, you know, eyes on.
Hey, my brother, it's
All the Aponema girls that we went to school together, all of them are light skinned. Very, very fine, very fine girls.
Not small, though.
Ah, River State are very far.
those Calabari people. Yeah.
But
they're bred specially.
Mixed race girls are usually pretty anyway, aren't they? Is that not?
The ones where war you go run. Oh.
What do everywhere, one man? They're full. We know be London you did. Then what they die now.
Yeah, they used to be a catch back in those days in Nigeria, but now you know who would date one now is the question, you know.
Well, yeah, some Nigerian guys still do. You know, when I was in Nigeria in August, September, I saw some guys that brought their Oimbo wives to Nigeria and all sorts. You know, so they still do a lot of stuff, man. Nigeria, special place. I just think, you know, we need to. That's my hope, that we need to really try to control our economic future. You know, and it starts with our power, because even with the lithium thing we're talking about, if we were to do it at home, we have to create power. We have to make sure they have infrastructure. I think the lithium is in which state, Baba? Is it in Katsina or?
Taraba.
Hopefully it's not in Katsina.
It's about 4 states in the north now.
Nasarawa State, Taraba, Zamfara, Oyo State. It's all over the place, man.
Yes, there's a large deposit in Oyo State. That's why we are having all these explosions going off when people are.
But don't forget that they have different level of qualities too.
Yeah, they have a lot of minerals in those areas, man. I think there's so much there. So much. I don't even think they've really tapped into all the areas that have gold.
The bitumen alone in Ondo State is world record, but the sand component is what is making the taking of it very difficult, because the technology is not cheap yet to be commercially viable. But they have.
Is it as bad as the tar sands from Canada? The technology should be more accessible nowadays.
But when you look at the mathematics of it, the sale is a problem. How much profit you will make from all the wahala. But as the technology improves, it becomes a little bit cheaper. So the aggregate profit level will be a little bit high, and what all the guts, sweat, and blood.
One thing I can predict, I think Ondo will have one of the highest gas reserves in that country, if they ever decide to access it properly. Ondo will have a boatload of gas on that.
I think so, because they don't have.
Why is that? Because of the topography.
The topography, the way the bitumen is, there's so many, like, if they can just cut through all that bitumen stuff, then what is under that ground?
And they still have some onshore facilities in Ondo. So the oil there is cheaper for exploration. That's why Seplat won't die there.
So but Baba, what are we waiting for, man? You know, I have a friend that actually works for Wando. He was telling me when I was in Nigeria that it's crazy, because he said the gas that they've seen is the byproduct, that they haven't even looked to see how much gas that they drill for oil, and what they just get the gas as the byproduct. So what he was saying was, it'd be crazy if they even start to look for the gas, because the reserves are just unimaginable. Was what he was telling me.
This president is crazy about it, because I had him on 2 occasions talk about the gas. You know, he's an oil man, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. And I will lie to you, that's where he hinged all his project or prospect and belief that he can do everything that he set out to do. So if he failed, Nigeria has failed.
So what's he waiting for, though? What's the initiative? Like, you know, because we haven't seen anything or heard anything that is in that space.
Remember,
he has to put the workings together now. Oh, is that for right of way conversation?
He went to Equatorial Guinea and is bringing back. I think he wants to work it with Total Energy, who has left before, but he wants to persuade them back. He wants to work it with them. The arithmetic involved, I don't know. I think I will stop there. The essence, the thing he wants to do is bring back Total Energy for the gas issue.
And one major setback, that Niger, going in the way of Russia and all that stuff. The pipeline that was supposed, that's a major setback for us, because that's cheaper than the Morocco route that they now have to do. It's way cheaper. But,
is it not liquefiable? Is it not and then they can just take it via?
We still do LPG now. Should be. I mean, we'll do all of the above. All of the above. The gas there. Pipe it, liquefy it, whatever it is. Just make sure you sell it.
The president is excited. The pre-election, he was excited talking about it.
That was the main hub of his conversation at the Lagos Summit business. Do you remember
and
that?
One other interview he granted in his house, at his home outside. He was sitting down leisurely and talking. And all he talked about there was just gas.
Yeah. So Baba, what apart from generating power, what else can we use gas for in Nigeria? Outside of the pipeline that we're imagining will happen. If we were to harness the full potential of gas, since you've been in that industry, what could we possibly?
What we can use it for, to power our power stations. All the power stations, if they go on gas, it makes it very easy because we have it in abundance. So rather than have hydro, we just wean ourselves off hydro, since we have abundance of gas. So once they are piped right and everything is okay, we will not have a problem anymore.
Wow.
Because like the one in Abia, for instance, it's using gas and it's epileptic, the supply of gas. Even Dangote is using some element of gas for some section of the refinery, but then they bring them in through medium ocean liners from south. So because that is the way to go, because this hydro thing or anything is the ready-made power stations are there, but they are mainly made for gas. So if we can get the gas thing right, we will not suffer anything anymore. That we will not be waiting for hydro, high water, low water, rainy season, off season, low water level, and things like that. No.
Yeah, but the one in Abia can serve as a pilot, right? So if they've been able to create it, I don't even have any information on that.
That Abia stuff is not working like that.
And the problem is the gas supply. Not that it's not working, but they when they opened officially, I think a couple of months back, Mele Kyari promised they open it up, but then the gas thing we are meeting the same thing that is troubling us in the oil sector is troubling us in the gas sector. They've already sold some element of it into the future. So we have obligations to those people to meet up so that we don't start falling back, because it will start counting as debt if we cannot meet that obligation, because they are taking gas as it is. So that is troubling the NAG's power station at the moment. But they have to find a way to solve that. And besides that, for the power station there is a local politics being perpetrated by Krum. What's his name now? I remember his name. The guy who owns Krum.
Emeka Offor. That's
Offor, correct. So it's a problem, but does the president have time? We are already in the 18th month, and you just have 2 years more for people to see things. I just hope he can beat, because that's the pipeline thing, actually big drawback, because that's a big drawback for us. because that would have taken us to Europe, because Germany, Austria, they are eagerly, they are betting on that so that they can win themselves off Russia's blackmail. Because Russia is...
Do you think the Russian move in, almost certainly it's a strategic move, that the way they went to seize hold of Niger Republic to... Do you think it was propelled by that?
Because they look at their plan is long range. Yeah, it could be. They are very clever in their own devious way. So the politics is very interesting, but they have the Chinese to contend with.
Yeah, I think what happened was the coups that were orchestrated, right, kind of puts the government of Niger in a very tough situation, because they understood that. Because remember, they had the coup, then they asked the US to take away its base in Agadez, and then, you know, the Burkina Faso also had their coup, and so did Mali, and they were ousting the French. But
it looks like planned, really, because the way the successiveness of it, within 1 year, all those places occupied by military regimes.
Yeah,
it looks
but
suspicious.
I think what they I don't have any evidence of this, but I think what they probably did was realize that they wanted a change of government. But the way the world works today is, if your government is friendly to the West, the only successful way you can oust that government is for you to make friends in the East. So at least that's how it worked during the Cold Wars and the proxy wars in Africa. So they probably had to make friends with the Kremlin, because not too long, Ibrahim Traore, not too long after he assumed power, he went to Moscow, and he spent time with Putin. So they knew that, listen, we needed to get these people out. The French didn't benefit those people. Let's be honest about it. They really destroyed a lot of stuff in those countries. So they knew they had to get away from the boot of the French. So to do that successfully, they had to make friends. So they had to make friends with the Kremlin. Now, what has happened with us is that's put a damper on it. But honestly, I don't think, our northern guys are still very friendly with their brothers in Niger. We can broker a deal and still drive that pipeline through that country. Niger is an extension of Nigeria. You know, it's the same people. Just go there and speak Hausa and sit down and drink some kunu, and they'll be able to let us build the pipeline through. I don't think it's a lost cause.
Allow that to happen. For instance, Burkina Faso, for instance, they pay them for protection and give them some mining license. So they are mining gold.
Yeah.
So they are not paying them cash because they don't pay, because their currency is tied to that of France. And if they say they want to do away with France entirely, I will believe them the day they change their currency.
Oh, they are. By the way, Baba, they're creating a currency for those Sahelian states.
Yeah,
and
I know they said they are, but I've not seen it.
And they're going to back it up with their gold. You know, that area has a lot of gold.
Yeah.
From way back of the days of Mansa Musa till today, they've always had a lot of gold. So, what do you call it? Burkina Faso started mining a lot of gold bars on ground in Burkina Faso. So they're doing the necessary, and I think they're planning on creating their currency. They're going to get off the French currency, and they're going to back it up with their gold. And you saw what happened in Senegal. Senegal has also asked the French to
back.
Yeah, you can't blame them. What the French has done to those people over the years has just been.
But is Russia the best option? Don't forget what happened what is happening in Syria. What is happening in Syria right now is, as Assad not gone, he's gone. Russia just pulled the plug. They pulled the plug.
No. What happened? They didn't pull the plug. What happened was, I was actually listening to some experts. They were talking about it. They said Assad brokered the deal with. Those guys were Al Qaeda. They essentially brokered a deal with them.
Iran.
Yeah, no, Iran. Remember the rebels started, I think was it in 2012 when they first started, the first time. The rebels just came out of nowhere, right? I think they are proxies for certain people that wanted to get Assad out. But they came in, Russia came to their aid, they were able to repel them. Then they allowed them to stay in a part of Syria, right, without coming into the main areas of Syria. But the problem was Syria was under sanctions. It hasn't been able to develop an economy for a while now. Bashar al-Assad, so they wanted to make a push for Damascus. Bashar al-Assad essentially just gave up. He gave up. It's crazy. They said he essentially just said, listen, he doesn't want any more Syrian blood. He's done, packed himself out, packed his family, and went to Russia. The Iranians are devastated because supposedly that's how they were providing their support to the resistance in Lebanon and in Gaza. So, you know, he pretty much just gave up. And what this expert was saying was that Assad wasn't really the one that was supposed to rule Syria after his father died. That supposedly what was supposed to happen is his elder brother was the one they had been grooming.
But he died.
He died, exactly. He died in an accident. They said Assad is an ophthalmologist, Bashar al-Assad. And he was
Married to
living,
a British woman.
yes, and he went to school abroad, he was married to a British woman. He didn't want any part of politics. They brought him back. The Alawites brought him back and said, no, you will rule. So he came in, and so he reluctantly got into that position. And I think everything that was going on, the pressure was too much, and he just walked away. You know, and now these rebels, and supposedly these rebels, if you recall, remember when ISIS first came, remember the kind of things they were doing. These are the same type of people, you know, these same rebels.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing at them when I was watching them jubilating that.
Yes.
You don't know what is going to afflict you.
Sorry, does this mean more weapons will sweep through the Sahels?
I hope not,
into the hands of the Tuaregs, and then we have another round of
Israel has been bombing the place.
Sorry, Kulata. The Star, Dewale, and BT, we're just gisting now, so just come in whenever you like. So Karen Kulata. So don't wait to call.
Israel has been bombing the space with smithereens.
Yeah.
And any weapon, all the MiG, every single plane, they bomb the hell out of it.
Yeah.
And they're bombing tanks. They're bombing everything.
You know why?
They don't want that.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't want those guys.
Is Israel with the rebels? And what's the
No. They're Israel. They don't want those guys to get access. Because I mean, Syria had some weapons. Syria, it wasn't like just small beans. You know, they had some weapons, but they don't want those guys to. They don't want those guys to have access to, you know, all that equipment. Imagine those guys having MiGs. These guys that took over Syria, these are extreme of the extremists. I don't know if you recall one man, what they used to do when they first invaded Syria back in the day. They were throwing people off buildings if they were homosexual. They were beheading people up and down the whole place.
That's why I'm surprised they are jubilating.
Yeah.
I just pity and say, do these people know exactly what's going to afflict them in the next couple of days?
These are the worst. And one man, the crazy thing about it is Assad kind of ran an open society. You know, Syria has Christians, Jews, Muslims, all living, no issues. He didn't crack down on any of them. I mean, the guy was educated in the UK. He had a British wife. This was not, you know, but I think you realize in this world that once the Western guys want to do something to your country,
nothing you can do.
There's almost nothing you can do, you know, and that's why, like, even with us, we saw what happened. We had insurgents all of a sudden just flood our northern space. You know, I think there was the time they might have been trying to destabilize Nigeria. I honestly do. You know, I think maybe we eventually gave them what they wanted, and so they left us alone. You know, because during that time, there was a time during Buhari's administration where it was insane. I mean, you can give Tinubu kudos now for that, but you couldn't travel from Abuja to Kaduna by train or road. I don't know what you recall now. They kidnapping people, they attacked a train.
The siege was an empty road.
Yeah, they kidnapped people off a train. I mean, we lost count of how many schools they abducted people, how many people got, and all of a sudden, right? And our military did a lot of work, so I'm not taking anything away from them. But at the same time, it's really died down compared to what it was.
Jonathan would have done it when he brought in those mercenaries or soldiers gone for hire from South Africa. They were making, the British supported those people.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, the Northerners started opposing it, that they are killing their people. Who are your people? Terrorists are your people? ISIS are your people?
Who was it? Was it Buhari or someone? One prominent other said an attack on Boko Haram is an attack on the North.
It was, I'm not too sure, but I think it was Buhari.
That phrase, I was shocked. I was shocked when I heard that. That's when I realized that that fight against Boko Haram was just...
I think it was Buhari who said that.
It was a very prominent other. I can't remember who it was, but at that time, I don't know, people, they made the Hejireka resign now. I mean, people forget, Nigerians forget very easily. But that time, it was, and remember, they brought in the Americans. I remember what the Americans said. They said every time they discovered where Boko Haram was, by the time they got there, someone had tipped them off.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think I'm always mad when I'm talking about that thing here? Why do you think I get mad? It's because they are complicit.
It was Buhari that said that, though. It was Buhari.
Well, Buhari that said it. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. And one man, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. But look, you want to mine in these people's place, right? Be diplomatic. Use that use your Yoruba sense. Go in there, do what he does, and get it done.
I think it should break their back. I think that's the only way. Yeah.
Yeah, dealing with there's some extremists in that north. So you think it's a game? I'm telling you, we don't want that smoke right now. We need to have an economy that's functioning, because what they will do is they won't attack Aso Rock. No, they will attack soft targets, markets, schools, women, children. It's terrorism. We don't need that now, and that's the issue. So if all it's going to take is to just have a conversation and say, okay, hey, whatever, I don't know, whatever and doesn't have to talk to the masses. It talks to their elders, and he's still going to do it anyways, just to avoid the nonsense that will come along with it. But because you and I know, I mean, think about this: someone insults, the prophet, and a whole Igbo market is burned down, and people are attacked. Look at what happened to Deborah off a WhatsApp conversation. There are some extremist people in that space, and that's a fact. And so
very, very dangerous.
Very dangerous. We know this. So why poke that bear unnecessarily? We know we have something to lose. We do.
That's true. They don't have anything to lose.
They have anything to lose, and they believe they're doing the right thing. Those extremists.
After all, they are better than their neighbors right now.
Yeah. So why do that? If Mahdi Shehu is coming out saying what he's saying, if Usman Yusuf is coming out saying what he's saying, then that there's a certain level of thinking in that space, and don't hide from it.
But look, I think we cower to this. Not. It's about time. The country is not just not now. Like bending every single thing just to suit the knots, like lowering standards, like unnecessary duplication. If you want to build something, you have to do it. You have to replicate it in the north, even though it's going to be useless up there. We can't keep running a country like this. Come on now. It's about time you to show your own mettle. Like, why? Why cower to the north every single time? It's annoying. It's really, really annoying. You don't even know if the population is as big as they said it is. We don't know. The economic power they have it with a few hands. But in terms of general populace, they don't. So why are we just doing this? Like, did they ask for permission before they went to drill oil in your backyard? I mean, including my own, my wife's backyard. Nobody asked anybody. They went to drill. You guys, okay, Ogoni now. Tinubu is going back now to go and start drilling there. What are they going to do? But the North, we can't. We have to talk to this. You have to talk to that. You probably have to go to Mecca. Let's stop this nonsense. We share a country together. It's just starting to piss me off.
Okay, can I let me just ask you real quick. So you with the VAT thing, for example, then I want to believe that you have an issue with one of the criteria says equity and fairness, right? Based in population, not necessarily productivity. So do you have issues with that?
So sorry, BT. Rational mind, your device is not connecting. So either mute on mute or go out and come back in. Sorry, carry on.
So do you have issues with the so-called equity and fairness being one of the aspects for sharing resources or tax revenue?
Not too much. At least I don't want it to be the bulk of the sharing. Maybe just a little bit so people don't die of hunger.
Give me a number.
The 20% is fine in my opinion now for the equity. 20%. I like the new formula. 20% for population, the so-called population, and 20% for equity and fairness. But I don't want guaranteed outcomes. There's no such thing as equal outcomes.
That has permitted the whole country. So it's not just tax only. Educate everything.
Everything is backward because you all want to satisfy. Like, why? I mean, seriously, we act like we don't have any power. We act like these people own us. Oh, Salo release. Who let the dogs out?
And
if we are ever going to develop as a country, we have to take. Sorry, carry on.
Let me just say this before we continue, please. I beg of you. So
when we were talking about this,
hold on, please. Madam Zita, I was wrong. You were right. They did catch him today, so I was wrong. You were right. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah.
What did they catch? Anyway, I mean, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of this. Oh, we have to do this. Oh, we have to do that.
Apologies, Kulata. Carry on, but it's very rare that Zita is wrong. I'm starting to discover that, but carry on, Kulata.
Wait, Jenny Zita. Are you a winch? Are you a winch?
Huh?
Are you a winch? Are you a winchy?
It was about the guy that killed the CEO of United. Yeah,
the guy from Atlanta.
BT, let me tell you.
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
I have given you credit now.
Wait. Hold on. Let's keep on bashing the North a bit. I just think we cannot continue like this. Everybody chickens out. Okay, look at this VAT thing now. The South, useless South. Southeast people now, they're senators. They came out and say, we have to go and renegotiate. Yeah, that's fine politics because at least they can use this opportunity to demand what they want. But when the North is speaking, at least in the past, they are unequivocal. They say one thing, they speak on behalf of everything. But in the South, we are fragmented, and then we'll be saying, oh, we can't do this because of this. We can't do that. We will not progress. This is not how to run a country. You have people that are motivated by poverty. How can you be satisfied with poverty for crying out loud?
Let me ask you this. I agree with your anger, but let me ask you this. So how do we, in both situations, the tax bill, and this situation here, if they're both upset, how do you suggest we
need to get the North Central to the side of the South, and we need a united South plus North Central. Break the hegemony. Who says Kwara is supposed to be North? Who says Niger is supposed to be North? Who says Plateau? Freaking Plateau should be a progressive state now. Taraba. What business do they have to be playing all this poverty game? Like,
what if let me ask you this though.
If you can permanently align the so-called North Central or Middle Belt to the South, and the South speaks with one voice, you've broken the back of this. Of this backwardness.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. Wait. Just one quick question. I'll give up the floor, please. You just hit something that gave me an idea. What if, and Baba, tell me what you think. What if Tinubu approaches this from the standpoint of, okay, the French are coming in, they have X amount of billions of dollars to invest. they want to invest in, I'm just going to throw out lithium, right? We don't have any details of the deal, so I'm just speaking hypothetically here. They want to invest in lithium. What if he creates a structure for mining and then targets states that are interested in that structure and that development and that revenue, right? So it could be Taraba, it could be Plateau, it could be anywhere, right? And then he goes at it from that angle. So that way he doesn't have to speak to anyone. He speaks to their economic interest. And now they have a reason to do it. It's still controlled by the federal, right? But what Baba and I were discussing as far as revenue for mineral-rich states, if that can be created, that can solve the problem from an economic standpoint and then generate revenue for everyone, including the federal, and they will let him come in. Now, if they say no to that,
agree.
if they say no to that, they're idiots. They're flat-out idiots if they say no to that.
Greed is good. So, I mean, greed is a good motivator, and that's a good way to be able to, like, if you use the, I mean, the thing is, it also depends. Some people are so blinded with easy money that they have access to, because from what I heard, this VAT thing, there's some collection up north that is not getting remitted anywhere. People are just pocketing it. So they don't want to lose that, because in this new bill, you're going to centralize the collection. So they're now using alpha beta as boogeyman, alpha beta that doesn't exist in the bill. So the situation you're talking about in terms of, okay, let's bring in this to come and start something, that's going to be work. And like I said, a lot of those people, Zone 4 people in Abuja, they're used to easy money and nobody wants to give it away. So if you say, okay, I have to do work, then from French company will be speaking English, they may say no. They may say, screw you. I just want that cheap oil that we're getting from my own backyard. Because why do they have to do anything else? The money comes to their pocket based on the current system. So why change it? Why break it?
Yeah, we just need to restructure that country, man.
It's getting annoying.
Yeah.
It's getting annoying.
So now you know it's annoying, right? This guy, I mean, I don't even know where you even stand on this matter. Your mouth just dance everywhere. Suddenly, because the people is now involved now.
National Mike, Ben, so I'll speak to the topic. Leave me alone.
Ben, what's me by? I mean, boy, you are some kind of genius. I mean, come on. What are you talking about? Do you believe Tinubu is sincere about what he's trying to do? Do you think it's sincere? All he's just fighting for is how alphabet or some other kind of because what he's doing, the whole game that is shenanigans is playing, is that he wants to centralize the old thing that has to do with the taxing. In what true federal system can you expect that a federal government will be collecting tax for a state? That does not even make sense. And you come here, you blab like some genius. Like that's how you want here in America where you live. Is that how it's run?
Every country behave like America. What are you talking about?
No, you cannot practice. You see, this is the BS you people are doing. You come here, you promote some kind of ideas that are not even that is counterproductive. How can the federal government be collecting tax for states in a federal system? What kind of federal system are you running? The so-called one you people are running. I mean, if he collect taxes and then he has to share it, federal government is collecting, and then you have in the clause that they might use some kind of I don't know, some kind of third party agency to be collecting for them. It's there.
Okay, Rashama, based on that statement, when you file your taxes, you use HR block or you use TaxAct or you use. Wait, hold on now. That is exactly what they're talking about. Third party, like when you want to. HR block, when you go and file your tax in America, you use HR blocks, you use TaxAct, you use what's the other one? The popular one. That's exactly what they're talking about. Yes, that's what it is. That's the third party software. Don't be an illiterate.
You see, you people, I don't even know where you collect. Are you one of those people in ASCO? Someone people I call my spin things like
English.
Is that what you've been hired to do?
English. We're not all Yoruba.
No, yeah. Is that what you've been hired to do? To come here and spin narratives here? I mean, this is the same people that were idiots that were telling us that they remove subsidy. And what are we seeing?
For the past almost 1.5 years, going to 2 years now. Nigerians, I mean, the Nigerians are overburdened with the economic hardship. So it's gonna work at the end of the day. We're gonna see the whole we eat the whole, and then the idiot was talking about Nigerians were living fake lives. I mean, you see, come here, don't give me. See, I would trust anybody except Tinubu doing this thing. If it's Tinubu doing this thing, I don't trust that guy. I don't trust him. So don't come here and be telling us.
Let me ask you a question. Because you said something there, and we all heard it. So I want to say how you said you trust anybody apart from Tinubu doing it. So are we to deduce from that you don't object to what's being done, but you don't trust the person piloting it?
Oh, he has a syndrome.
You see, woman. When I said it's, let me not use this your British English, Freudian, whatever sleep you call it. You see, it's just it's just tongue in cheek. I'm just saying, I trust anybody. This is not a way. This is not a way to go about the federal system. If you want to run the federal system, if you want to bring about a true federal system whereby everybody control your resources, let them get their money and pay to the center. That's how you should go. But we know Tinubu wants to put all the cake in one basket. And so he does start sharing it for you, and then so in some way bring some kind of third party collection agency like the one is. We said it here before now that this guy's going
Rational mind, don't be disingenuous. There's no third party collection agency anywhere in the bill. You've not read the bill. Stop it.
No, don't tell me to stop it.
They're talking about third party software, not third party collection. Come on now, don't be an illiterate. I just explained it to you. When you file your taxes, isn't it third party software you use?
Only spinning narratives.
In fact, Rational mind, Taiwo Oyedele was asked that question. And it was a thing to say that.
What would we hear from Tinubu and his minions?
But he crafted the legislation now. He crafted the legislation.
We'll all be here. We'll all be the same way we've been saying. We'll all be here. And you people will come crying here. Everyone will come crying here when the time comes. But for me, I just think all this big BS this guy is doing. Why on this platform, woman? Many months ago, I was shouting about this Dele Alake. What's this called? This BS is doing in Ministry of Mineral Resources. That this guy went dead silent. He went dead silent. That we're not even hearing anything coming out from that. How much have we heard? That
it was auditing the industry space. Like
Custom is telling us how much they are making. NPA is telling us how much they are making. Other agencies are telling us how much they are making. Why is that Ministry of Mineral Resources? We are not hearing anything from them. Where's the book? Where's the balance sheet? He went and signed with Macron. I don't know whoever they signed with. And then we saw where Macron was promising how much? 300 million euro. For what? What's that for?
Rational mind. That ministry is more of a regulatory body. They don't sell anything.
And then it's going to sign and collecting 3 million.
They're not there to collect money. What do they say?
What is 300 million? The 300 million euro that Macron gave to them? What was that all about?
It's to bribe Tinubu now. Be happy with yourself. He bribed Tinubu with 300 euros.
You see, it's very good. You continue doing all of this. This is your narrative. You people come here and spin. And Nigerians are heavily burdened with the economic hardship. And you're telling us something's going to come out of it. We are here. We will see now. Suddenly now they have to go and borrow money and float. And what's it called? Support the naira. I'm looking for the word now because I'm so tired.
So when we raise bonds, so that's kind of like that's a scandal because we raised bond. It's like 9%.
What is the interest?
It's like 9%. Say I've just answered you. We went to Old Dawn now. Farabruku Bale. Oshawalo toilet. I said they went to raise bond. Which country doesn't raise bonds? Tell me. Which country doesn't raise bonds?
Which country doesn't?
Can you mention one country that doesn't raise bonds?
Dude, you see, you people like to do this. You come.
Which country does not go to the bond market? Rational mind. Answer that question.
Nigeria has a peculiar situation.
Can you just answer the question, please?
Answer the question now.
You're not going to trap me. You're not going to trap me with your BS.
You're talking like an illiterate.
Thank you very much. I'm an illiterate,
because every single country borrows money through the bond market.
You just dance here and there. You do this. What about?
Okay, answer the question then.
Don't give me this BS of
which BS? Answer the question. If you're confident in what you're saying, answer the question.
I'm not going to answer the question.
Because you have no answer.
People that comes here and say, "Oh, Nigeria is credit worthy. Oh, Nigeria has not borrowed enough money. America is only $1 trillion. It's only about $13 trillion to China or to the world. And then your country is how much now? What is your GDP to the money you are earning? What is your production? What are you producing? Kuwait, ordinary small Kuwait there. Yes, yesterday I was reading in the dailies. Kuwait is producing almost 22 million barrels of crude oil. They made over how much? Almost like $100 billion.
22 million barrels per day. That's a lie.
22 million barrels. I think maybe per day or per month. I don't know. That's what I saw.
Which who counts barrels per month?
Not even Saudi has that.
Just Google it.
What am I googling?
There's nothing to Google now. No country makes 22 million barrels per day. Stop lying.
How can you say something? They ask somebody to Google it. You come and say something. You're asking somebody to Google it.
That's what I saw. That's what I saw in the dailies.
You're reading
Ikebe Super. You're not reading dailies. You got that from Ikebe Super.
Hold on. My point is this: if a small country is meeting their quotas, even more than look at Libya here. Libya is still pumping oil like crazy. This is
2.6 million, 2.6 million barrels.
How have we gone from tax collection to oil?
Okay, now
2.6 million barrels per day.
Is that close to 22 million that he said?
No, I think you meant per year, maybe per year. That's not even per year.
He says nonsense with confidence.
2.6 million barrels per day only.
Per day. That's per day.
Yeah.
Now,
Nigeria is 2 point something million per month.
Lie.
Baba, you there?
You hardly make 1.3. Even your 1.3, you hardly make it. What are you talking about? This is ordinary small Kuwait that is not even up the whole of Southeast.
So what?
Hold on.
So what?
What is this? I'm telling you this.
We are pumping at the moment 1.5 a day or 1.53 a day. Even America doesn't produce 22 barrels per day. America, I think about 12 million, about 12 million a day.
11 million or something.
A day.
But did you not say they increased our quota? I thought
to 2.1. Yeah, just last week it was increased to 2.1, and that's at the level of our budget for next year.
What concerns Kuwait with the tax that we're talking about? You're just jumping like a rabbit.
That's why I said earlier.
If Kuwait, I mean, the other day I was listening to this guy, this senator from my area.
You're lucky my battery is low, honestly.
What is this guy's name? My boy, this APC guy that Jimo Ibrahim. He was saying on channels that Dubai went getting bond or some money from World Bank to develop their country, and you can see it. And I think they said they paid off that loan. For your idiotic president. Agba 2.5 Lenny, Alagba 2.5 just collect money, kill. And what are we seeing with that money? If Dubai is making bond, I can understand. If Kuwait is doing that, because yes, they have a means of paying back. But your country is going to collect bond for what? And they're using it to pump the naira up. And after
can you tell me anytime Nigeria has defaulted on payment? Wait, stop yelling. When has Nigeria ever defaulted on payment? Can you mention one time Nigeria has defaulted on paying back?
For consumption.
Have we defaulted?
Now it's shifting again. Now it's moving the goalpost again.
It's moving goalposts. This guy is not serious, man.
What you people need to hear, not all this your crap, all this your APC jargons that you come here.
You are not coherent. You are not telling us. You're telling us junk.
All I'm telling you is that
what time it is? What time is it where you are? What time is it where you are?
Don't tell me that other countries are doing it because they are doing it. If other countries are doing it, it's because they have the means to pay. They have the economy.
Rational mind. 1 second. Can I say something quickly, please? You in your submission just now, when you were making your statement, you said if a country like Kuwait go and take bond, you will say okay because they have a means of paying back. In that same comment, Kolata ask you, when has Nigeria ever defaulted on its own loan repayment? You see, that was your own comment. They were asking you question about.
You see this. That's why you, all of us here, you and me, you and these Agbado people, will never be on the same page. Because all this thing you're telling me, yes, I agree.
You see, deflection.
Nigeria, but Nigeria might be paying. But
not be me on Akulata, I beg.
Now I'm asking you. No. My question is this, Baba. Down question. If America borrows money from
rational man, not get your power, I'm not going to.
If America borrows money from World Bank or say like Kuwait or like any other countries, like maybe all those countries that still get their act shit together, like even let's say South Africa, is it at the same interest rate that they give Nigeria? Is it the same going to give it to other countries that are they believe that they will get their money back? When World Bank gives you money and they jack interest rate up, it's because they just want to mitigate their losses. If they are in an event, you can't even pay any more, pay back. It's just like you have a credit score of 500, and I have a you get somebody else.
Are all credit scores equal?
It's not equal. That's what I'm saying.
So are we able to pay back with our credit score?
Does not have good credit score.
But are we able to pay back?
And the more you collect money, you are developing.
Can you answer that simple question? Are we able to pay back?
Don't give me that BS. We are able to pay back.
What's the BS? You borrow money and you can pay back.
Kulata, have you seen that comedian? Right? I don't know if you watched. I don't know if you watched the skit. That guy, when you ask him question, he will tell you the Nepal man went to go and catch fowl. Fowl now start to have shower. Shower after he had shower, now wear jacket. When he wear jacket, he now went to school. Let me finish. He will not. The fowl now went to school. The teacher was now asking the fowl, "Why did you come to school today?" You know, that is how you just talk irrational. What kind of talk is this now? What are we doing?
Don't do this. What are you talking about?
The talk is very scattered. Very scattered.
Are you accusing rational mind of talking gibberish?
What are we doing here, one man? Like, come on, man. Like, where did we start from?
No, I'm not talking gibberish. You know, they can do that, but that's what they do. That's what they do.
No. What they are saying is you have a fixed position which you cannot defend. If you go into an example of that fixed position, if that example is easily defeated, you keep leaping.
It's because I'm not following their illogical logic. That's what it is. He wants to ask me, is Nigeria not paying? Is Nigeria not getting bond? What country does not get bond? Yes, if other countries are getting bond, at what interest rates? And at what cost to them, to their economy?
So do we have the highest interest rate?
No, we don't.
What cost is okay, look at it. You use crude oil for how much? 2 point something from Africa.
Rational mind, rest. Let other people speak. Rest.
That's a known practice, though. Every country.
No, it's not a known practice. It's not.
The Kuwaitis don't swap oil for deals.
It's not a known practice. Woman, don't do this. Right. Give me an example of who has done that. At what interest rates?
I don't know the interest rate, but it's the industry practice to forward sell crude, trade crude for
not at a high premium like what you have.
How is Nigeria selling? What's the premium on the Nigerian?
You got they gave it Afrimex, as the Afribex or whatever they call them, gave them $2.5 billion. And
yes.
Okay, so about $13 billion or 11 billion. We did the math here.
No, we did this here now.
Who is the biggest investor? Who is the biggest investor in Afrexim? It's not Afrimex, it's called Afrexim. Who is the biggest investor in Afrexim?
Yeah, so you see
who is the biggest? Answer the question now. Which country is the biggest investor in Afrexim?
Here you go with this bullshit.
Answer the question. Can you answer the question? Is Nigeria?
This is your illogical logic that you come here and spin every time.
Is that a new English you just learned?
Illogical logic. This is third time.
Yeah, it's illogical. You want to make it sound like it's a logic. Who is the biggest donor? Who is the biggest?
Okay, we've asked you. Can we pay back our loan? No answer. Tell us country that doesn't issue bond. No answer. And then you're just lamenting, jumping from topic to topic to topic.
Okay, rational mind, hold on. Rational mind, hold on 1 second. Okay, so Nigeria also have access to the Sukuk loan as well. which is basically zero interest loan because it's from the Islamic bank, right? So is that also a problem for you? Because there's no interest on that one.
Sukuk, what does that have to say? Because I'm busy. I'm sorry, go on. You said Sukuk, so what? I'm sorry.
You see I'm busy. See this guy.
No, one chat and economy. My worry. So go on.
No, I said, is this still a problem when Nigeria access the Sukuk bond as well?
Sukuk is not. I think from what I got, it's an Islamic something. They don't give you interest on that, right? So you see what I'm talking about. Why I said when people are just logically. I mean, logic. I mean, I don't know what are you saying. But my point is that you see what you people just keep spinning things around. What does that Sukuk has to do with what we're talking about? We're talking about you people borrowing money from.
You be complaining about interest repayment. You be complaining about interest repayment.
Hold on.
Did you just say illogically logic?
Yeah, your illogical logic that you people come here and spin around. You borrow money. I don't know what Sukuk has to do with what we're talking about here.
Yeah, interest rate. You were complaining about interest rate, high interest rate now. So I'm telling you now that what about the one that there's low or no interest rate? Do you still have problem with that one?
What does that do with what we're talking about?
Oh my God!
I'm talking about you collecting money from.
Okay, Rasha, you're allowed to criticize Tinubu. We'll keep quiet for 5 minutes. Knock yourself out.
They have no. Don't give me that. Don't come here and be spinning like giving Nigeria.
We're giving you permission to back the president. Do it. Let's move on.
People are giving Nigerians false hope. That's what you people have been doing.
Okay.
That's what you do.
Oh, rational mind. They're analyzing. Listen, it's called analyzing the situation on ground. Okay, so this is not about whether you hate or you like or you are against or you're for.
I don't hate anybody.
It's that you look at hold on now, rational mind, hold on 1 second. You look at the fact on ground and then you make a discussion based on the fact on ground. It is nothing. It's not a biased discussion like you come with. What you need to do is this in a favor. Colata have come here several times to criticize policies of this same government in multiple occasions.
Go on. I hear you.
So if this idea that this one you now come with different vocabulary, illogical logic or logical illogical, I don't know where you get that one from now. So look, they just told you about the tax reform. The first thing you said is that alpha beta kind of thing is going to come. Okay, they told you there's nothing like that in the bill. Oh, you say, oh no, we're not Tinubu. Like, you cannot just be assuming that something is going to happen when it's not in the law. Then you move from there to oil production. You move from there to oil production.
When they just did their tax bill, did they tell you that Alpha Beta was going to be?
You see Alpha Beta there?
No, I'm asking you, when they did the tax bill, when they did their tax bill in Lagos, was it that Alpha Beta was mentioned there?
Did you know? No, look, they don't look. You cannot. Oh my God, national man, you cannot make a tax. You cannot make a tax law and put a company's name. Put a company's name inside.
There you go. So you cannot put the company. So what is
so you cannot. No, you're the one assuming that they're going to do. The Alpha Beta is going to be in charge.
What is the guarantee that they will not do the same?
Oh my God.
Rasha, let me ask you one sincere question.
Because your question is always illogical.
Illogical logic. What will satisfy you? Can we just ask the president to enter like a UFC cage with you? Just leave both of you alone so you can beat the crap out of him and then you leave him alone. Now.
You see, this is what you do. You see, you people cannot have conversation without going.
This is not a conversation. You are just frustrated.
One man, can you play us that comedy? Not Comedy Central, News Central. There was this idiot from Ekiti State, from Ogbeni State, and this our guy here. What's his name? Ade State here. I mean, I used to know Ekiti people as my kind of people that are very, very well educated. They are deep thinkers.
And they will be on their lot too.
It's just like I don't know. Tinubu window.
But Rasha, on a serious note, what is Tinubu's business with Are Babalola that supported Peter Obi? Jokes aside. Jokes aside, how does this concern Tinubu for crying out loud?
Yeah, I know. There's a lot Tinubu is involved in.
This is a matter of Gambari Pafulani Kolejonu. Is Are Babalola and Dele Farotimi are obedient. So what are you talking about?
You see what we say. These people are just, you people use illogical logic.
You people, Are Babalola and Basanjo, they supported Peter Obi. Everybody knows that.
That you people use this illogical logic.
And now you are bringing Tinubu into something that doesn't even concern Tinubu.
I'm saying my point is this.
One man, where is this heading to? Because I don't.
We're having a conversation, Baba T, please. We're having a conversation.
All right. Okay, I've got a clip that ends the conversation. Let me play it.
Are you planning to use a consultant like Alpha Beta in Lagos to collect the revenues?
The answer is no. In fact, we had a very interesting debate at the committee level. I wanted to put a language in the law that says no government should use a consultant to collect tax. We think that that's one of the biggest problems in our economy today. So I can confirm to you 100% there is no plan whatsoever in using consultant to do any of this. The FRS has a tax promax that they had implemented. All that we need to do once we pass these bills, go to that system and amend the language, the algorithm, so that next time MTN is filing VAT returns, there's a request that says, tell me the states where they have emanated from. Should they give wrong information, there's a provision there for them to be penalized. Dangote will do the same thing. Banks will do the same thing. So we have the capacity already. We do not need consultant.
Okay. But one man, did you hear him say algorithm? Who is one of the software? Yeah, there is so, hold on.
Are you sure it's not AI that is talking? Is it rational mind or we have AI? Yeah.
Algorithm, who get algorithm?
We cannot have a conversation.
Who get algorithm?
You want to just attack people's personality. Oh, am I an AI or whatever crap you're talking about? My point is,
I can't believe I'm talking to rational mind, man.
You heard it. You see, yeah. Go on with your. You heard him say an algorithm. Who owns that software?
No, what did he say about the algorithm?
He said we have an algorithm whereby if you pay, you have to do something.
He said we see the FIROS. We see the FIROS.
Can I
speak? We see the FIROS. They already have an
algorithm.
You are not explaining it well.
No, I don't think he understood or listened to what he was saying.
No, I understand what he's asking.
Yes.
I understand what he's asking. He's asking who owns the software that they're going to use. Now, let me explain to him. When you want to use a software, you ask for certain things. And there is no way the company will go beyond giving you an algorithm that will do less or more than what you have asked for. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. So for you to go to a company to ask for a software to prepare an application for you to do some certain jobs for you, it's like a contract. What do you want? How do you want it to perform? What do you want to know when it performs? And then when you give them all those things, they prepare the app for you. So it doesn't necessarily mean the company who owns it or doesn't own it. It just the person that the video one man played, he just explained everything, like telling everybody, this is what we want this app to do. And we already have the app. We've asked for the app and we already have it. So this is what he's going to do for us. I understand what this guy is asking, but the guy already answered the question. So it doesn't matter who owns the company. What matters is what you are asking them to prepare for you. If I may use the word, an algorithm.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, AI. But the point is this. You said something. We don't know. is it going to be totally given to them to control, or this company will be consulting in some ways?
Okay.
And let me land so that you can wrap it up from there, because he mentioned algorithm. Definitely, they will need a software to run all these things. That's what Alpha Beta does in Lagos. They bring in some software. They kind of bring in all the taxes together. They can, manipulate everything from their system and get how much that Lagos State is having, as in generating. So when he mentioned that word algorithm, forget that. You see, there's a lot of ambiguity in that.
Rational man, let me ask you a question, please. Let me ask you a question. So, okay, I'm not a fan of Alpha Beta as well, right? But let's just assume that they plan on using software to handle this to make it more efficient. If it wasn't Alpha Beta, it would be another company, Abi. I don't understand why you're so stuck on this thing. At some point, some company is going to provide that software, right?
Totally. I get you. That's what I'm saying. That is where Alpha Beta will come in, or any other name they will kind of go and cook up and make it some look at. But I know Tinubu is the one, or his minions, or whoever he's doing it. They're the one behind it. That's what I'm telling you.
Explain.
Tinubu will never do anything that he will never benefit from.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying to you.
One man, I want to switch my phone. My battery's going to die. Zita, before I switch, Zita, please ask him whether it is IRS that owns HR Block or TurboTax.
He's not the only one listening, Kulata. He's not the only one listening. Rational mind. First of all, we have to understand what an algorithm means. When you use an ambiguous word, algorithm, it becomes too broad for some people to understand, just as you keep asking who owns the algorithm. Although I have explained it, an algorithm is just, I will call it step-by-step instruction on how to perform a task. Simple.
It's a software.
One man, can you play that? Can you play that thing again, please? So that maybe you need to do it in a slow motion.
Are you planning to use a consultant like Alpha Beta in Lagos to collect the revenues?
The answer is no. In fact, we had a very interesting debate at the committee level. I wanted to put a language in the law that says no government should use a consultant to collect tax. We think that that's one of the biggest problems in our economy today. So I can confirm to you 100% there is no plan whatsoever in using consultant to do any of this. The FRS has a tax promax that they had implemented. All that we need to do once we pass these bills, go to that system and amend the language, the algorithm, so that next time MTN is filing VAT returns, there's a request that says, tell me the states where they have emanated from. Should they give wrong information, there's a provision there for them to be penalized. Dangote will do the same thing. Banks will do the same thing. So we have the capacity already, we do not need consultant.
Okay. Rational
Did you guys hear what he said now? I want to be sure that you guys now heard what he said, okay?
I'm not sure that people understood fully, but let Zita land and then, Zita.
Rational mind.
I hear you.
Algorithm is not a software.
It is a software.
No.
It's not.
Can I finish? Algorithm.
Go on.
You can go and do your research. Algorithm is like, in mathematics, you have something like a formula.
It's a program, right? Is it not a program?
No, it's not.
It's not. An algorithm is a formula that you use in performing tasks or solving a problem. So like now, if you want when you call, when Kulata calls you, your phone, instead of ringing, it will call Kulata's name. All you need to do, whether in computer or mathematics or in anything, is to give your phone a back-end formula that whenever it is Kulata that is calling, instead of it to give you the normal ringing, it will just say Kulata so that you can pick the phone. So an algorithm is not a software. Actually, it is a formula, a step-by-step instruction
for
you
programming.
give to any computer or math for
programming.
Yes, it actually to execute a task or solve a problem. So it's not a software.
This is hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. You just define it now. It says it's a programming. It's a form of programming. What's that language? Let me record the language you use. It tells you a set of what's that that language that you people use in computer. But let me give you a definition here that I have here in front of me. An algorithm is a set of instruction that is designed to accomplish a task. Algorithms usually take one or more inputs, run them systematically through series of steps, and provide one or more outputs. Algorithms are typically associated with computing and are an essential element of computer programming. So if you say something is a program,
why did you call it a software?
Well, when I use the word software, it's just like some kind of
just say you didn't know what it was. You said you didn't know what it was.
All right.
I know
yes,
I
I think BT wants to move on, but Milo, Drumbe, we'll move on in a moment. I think National Mind is spinning us. It's spinning our
No,
heads.
I'm not spinning anything, woman. You people are the one not getting it.
My high don't they turn me for yeah.
No,
I'm not gonna lie.
Make it turn. That's the usual Abado turning high, and we understand that. My point is this: he uses an ambiguous word there. And mind you, he said something. Mind you, let me say this. I'll let Babati talk because I know he wants to leave. Let me just say this in closing. He said something. I wanted to put a language there that says that nobody, federal government, but he never concluded. He never finished that statement. Meaning he never did that. I wanted to insert in that tax bill that no government shall use any consultant, whatever, and just get to it. I wanted, which means he never did. So there's possibility.
Do you understand the context of that language when they use that word?
He said when they were having this their debate with maybe
so
the
what he was saying is I want to make sure say that word is there.
Okay, so what happened to the word?
You understand the context of that language?
Did he put it there? Did he put it there from that comment?
No, did you understand the context of the language, the context in which he used that language?
Because it wasn't necessary after all, because FRIS have a program already running. That's what he said, Promax or something he calls it. So all they want to do is just add that that's tax break that is coming in block for the algorithm now to break it down to where those numbers
just
are.
Told you people, we already have what we wanted to do.
Simple. That's what I'm saying.
What the guy said. We already have a system that we want to do what we want to do.
All right, let's just move on. I think Rational Mind is just reaching to find some grand conspiracy there.
No, well, it's okay. We'll all be here. We're not gonna die. We'll all be here. We'll see.
If someone can latch on algorithm, a set of instructions just to complete something, he's latching on.
I'm only using his words. I'm using his words. I know he was just hiding.
The Rational Mind is not serious. Let's keep on talking about what we're talking.
Well, you can continue saying that. I know you're
sorry for the break in transmission.
The only thing I have to say to Rational Mind, and I want us to speak a little bit, if you guys are interested, about this sudden movement in the Naira space. But before that, the last thing I want to say, the thing I want to say to Rational Mind is, a new Nigeria is possible. Be obedient and be useful. So there it is.
All I forget is BS.
Why worry now? A new Nigeria is possible.
Atiku wanted to talk about Tinubu's tax bill, and that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the crap of a tax bill that they are doing.
All right, BT. All right, BT, come in, BT.
I don't want to come in. If you mean like just leave me, just when you're done with whatever.
When one
man is done with his clown show.
BT who BT they do yanga for you. If you go fence your village, not call you do yanga for us.
I would deport you from your
BT, your governor done the Tabio. The guy wants to build like 3 train tracks. You know, it won't start from one. Purple line, this clinical line, that clinical line.
No. See, until I see it, I will not believe it. That's Nigeria.
That's what we all do. What we say, like just to wear Tom Ford, the guy, man. He won't build train track.
Tom Fords are nice, man. They're nice.
Now Tom Ford that Fabio do sabi wear. He no fit do anymore.
But let's see.
BT, let me ask you a question. BT, do you think the tax bill is eventually going to pass?
It will pass. It will pass because if you look at people that are voting for it for different reasons. So people from your part of the country, even though it's tax bill, they are actually thinking resource control. Like they are looking way ahead of. So they know this is a precaution to that, right? So everybody has different reasons for voting for it. So looking at the landscape right now, I believe that it will pass. But the reason for why it will pass is different based on each region. Everybody is voting for it for different reasons. But so you will get the Southwest, the South, they will vote for it. Southeast, I'm not sure where they are on this.
But BT, aren't you impressed with the way the South senators?
Oh no,
the way the South coming out, the way they came out.
Yeah, but okay, that's my point. But they are voting for it, hoping that
forget the intention. It's just the fact that screw you. You said the Northern governors, we support it. Do your worst. That attitude from the South.
I love Seriaki Dixon. Honestly, he gave me joy.
From Baisaibi.
Yeah. I was very impressed.
It's like man, why is the money going to Lagos when you all work here? So I love that it's position, but he wants to move the commission further from that to resource control. That is where they want to go. So you need to understand why they are voting for it. So that's so everybody has the reason, but it will pass. It should pass. But I have a problem with that bill. I have a problem. I asked you earlier about this equity and fairness. What does that even mean? That should come down to like maybe 10 or 5%. It's just laziness. I don't. It's too high in my opinion. I don't agree with that. I don't.
20%
is too
population, 20% equity.
I don't. What does it mean?
Yeah, BT, I agree with you. It's annoying, but what can you do? We've not even got to that extent. Look how they are kicking.
So my point is, you cannot brag about your population or land size when it comes to collection, but you don't brag about the same numbers when it comes to production. So when it comes to producing, you don't brag about, I have land, I have the people. You only brag about that when it comes to election.
But here's the argument, which is fair. They produce agricultural produce, and that is not. You can't charge VAT.
Then do that. No. If that is their strength, then allow it. Then that, in my opinion, is true fairness.
The people are gonna die of hunger now.
No, that's not.
Or help them to add value to it.
Exactly. That is it. They need to add value to it. You can't just sell orange and then you want to collect VAT on top of one orange. No, turn it to orange juice. Then each bottle.
So you
each bottle of the juice. Then you can then tax it.
So you can't say because you are not. You can't. You don't have to produce or be created enough. So we should now reward your laziness with that amount of money because I'm sorry you can't figure it out. So it's our fault now to pay you off. So I'm bribing you for your laziness, pretty much. That's what it is.
But that's how the country has been organized.
Okay, so once again, what is fairness and equity then? What do you mean?
It's like affirmative action for money.
So DEI for just okay.
DEI now.
DEI.
I mean, come on now.
A notch above the quota system.
So
what were they going to do? Start collecting VAT on top of raw tomatoes? How do you measure that? It doesn't make sense.
My point is, you should be able to figure it out. If you're a governor of a state, figure it out.
If I'm one of the northerners, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ban Pomo. Nobody should sell Pomo to the south anymore. I'll call Gucci and Co to come and be buying my hide. I'll add value. They used to have good tanneries up north now. They still do, actually. They still do. Some of the
No, they still do in Kano. In Kano, they still do. It's even world recognized. It's still in
some of the best leathers used in the world.
You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is, right?
Yeah.
Some part of that, no, they've lied to us. They've lied to us over the years. How they have so much numbers. Guess what? Beavers exposed them badly. You know, Borno State, Kashima. Do you know how many votes came out of Borno State in total in that presidential election? I'm not even sure it was up to 500,000 votes altogether. Before it used to show out to 5 million votes for Buhari.
Bono was shocking.
What about Rivers State? Rivers State, 2 million.
The argument all about the election turnout in 2023 was very low, so you shouldn't use that.
But it wasn't low in Kano. Kano had the right number. Lagos and Kano, though a lot of the states maintained their numbers.
Huh?
A lot of the states actually maintained their figure. It was those ones where they normally go to rig election. Those are the ones who were not able to maintain their figures.
Statistics are not done like that now. The result is the outcome is low. I think that's
how did you arrive at, Akim, how did you arrive at what you are saying? You said it was low voters turnout. Is it because of they said 93 million people collected voters card? Is that what you are basing?
Yes, of course, and they say it's 24%.
Okay, let me answer that question. That is basically wrong, because the spread, when they say low voters outcome, we have 36 states, 774 local government. It cannot be a blanket low voters turnout. There will be places where the voters will measure up to what is in the INEC registered book. But here we are, all local government, all states experience the same thing. That tells me what? That 93 million is suspect. It's not the correct number. Because Rivers State, for instance, outcome was about 600,000. Lagos State ended up with 500, about less than 1 million. Kano, Kaduna, all of them.
Forget that one. Forget that one. You would think that in Anambra State, where they collected over 2 million PVC voters card, right, with Peter Obi on the ballot, you would think that with 2 million at least they should be able to turn out maybe 70% of that number. They didn't even do 50%.
And what is the state? What's the state population in the first place?
Exactly. They did not even do 40% of that number.
Baba, the question you should be asking: did they collect the PVC true? Remember that during the last election, the country was in a very chaotic stage. So it was the lowest Nigeria has ever experienced. Well, I will not say that's the way Nigerians come out to vote, because the situation and the circumstances around that election did not allow Nigerians to go out to vote the way they usually do. I remember in those days, most Northerners in the east or in the south will travel down to the north. And I got to understand after the election that most of them, because of the chaos Buhari caused, they couldn't travel. And they couldn't vote where they were. So it is not actually, let's wait for a normal circumstances where there is no problem. Then let's see what will happen in that.
Madam Zita, what I'm doing, like, I'm comparing to previous elections, right? If you look at this last election where people say there were low turnout, Lagos State actually maintained actually match previous numbers. Kano State, if you add Kwankwaso and APC vote, match close to previous numbers, right? Even I'm sure the number that came out of Edo State was even the highest for a presidential election that I have noticed. So if you look at, then you don't go to a state like River State, where the turnout was abysmal. You go to Katsina State, where the turnout was abysmal. You go to Borno State, where the turnout was abysmal.
Not the number that it didn't match the number.
No, it was very close.
Kano State is almost 3-point-something million votes.
No, they never hit it. They never go that far. At no point did they ever go 3-point-something million.
Okay. Anyway, I've said what I want.
Is Nigeria really okay, guys? How can the population of Nigeria? To be honest, are we really 300 million or whatever they say we are?
Yeah,
it's every day different number.
50 million.
Yeah.
Are we that maybe 150 million? You say I think about 120, to me, maybe 130 or 150.
No, I think we're close to that 200 million, but I don't know if we're 260. But we're close.
I think Nigeria is actually close to that, because if you see this NIN number, the subscription for NIN, I think it's close to 100 million Nigerians that have NIN number. So that tells me that if you say maybe 50% or 40% of Nigerians have subscribed to NIN, so there's actually a chance that Nigeria is around 200 million people.
So that would be 200 million. Okay. So it's 200 million. Okay. So, but what is the spread though?
A little bit above 200.
Okay.
I think it's 220.
220. Okay. So what is the spread between North and the South? What's the spread?
That's what they're trying to get.
Because
that's what they're trying to get. But remember, in a country where they have some certain religion, it is actually very difficult for you to get an accurate number of 80% accurate. So if Nigerian can be able to get it 70% correct, I think they're good to go.
Oh, can they do that thing that they do in America, where you will scan the house and you can see the heat? What's it called?
No. What?
So you can tell who's in the house now. You don't have to go into the house to tell who's in the building.
It's a case of honesty and nationalism. That's what I would call it. No matter how hard you try, if that honesty and nationalism is not there, you won't get it. Because on normal circumstances, in some places that have kingdoms, what they usually do, the census commission usually hire somebody in the kingdom that is already working in the kingdom that has access to see those people to be part of the commission. So is that person that we give them the accurate number inside the kingdom. But if you do such a thing in Nigeria, I don't know whether they will be honest about it, whether they are nationalistic enough to say, no, it is not 5, it is 2. So that's why I'm saying there is actually
this thing is not a rocket science. I mean, why do we have fingerprints?
Hold on.
Let me. Oh, sorry, Zita, I thought it was somebody else. Zita, please let me say. We have fingerprints. It's for a purpose. No two fingerprints are the same. So if we can get all Nigerians to have their fingerprint, I mean, at least, like you said, maybe 70% or 80% of Nigerians to have their fingerprint on a database, then you can sequence it in the sense that if anybody claims to be this, I mean, every other agency, INECO, Passport, or ANINO, nobody can use somebody's identity, because before you can do it, you have to use your fingerprint to open your profile, so that the person at the back end of the server or whatever can see if you are the person who is there. Well, that's what I think they were trying to achieve with these beavers. That's why that being Atiku. You say what?
You see, when they met that lousy lady.
When what?
When they met the lousy lady, the Minister for Humanitarian and whatever, I was so excited about that because she would have helped us achieve that. You see, in most Western cultures, how you get those people out from under their bed to get their fingerprint, to be able to track them and follow them, is by throwing things at them. When you throw some certain benefit, welfare, some certain incentive, they come out. And the moment they come out, you get their fingerprint, it's done and dusted. So I was then looking forward that lady will do something, like maybe if you are a widow with 4 children, 5,000 every month. If you are a widower with 2 children, two things like that. Somewhere.
Zita. Enough of this blaming this woman. This one that is there, the current Minister of Finance, what's his name? This old man, 70-something years old man, that is a Minister of Finance in his old age. He shared almost how many billion naira recently? Billions of naira. Who are the people that collected? My father never collected. All my people are back in the village. I asked some of them. They don't collect anything. No. Nobody see money. Okay. So which database? Let's agree that Fatima or whatever her name was, she not do anything. Why Tinubu no do? Why him here and who are the people? It's not the same.
Sadia Farouk.
So why did they not do the same thing? Why did they not use? You see, when we come here, we want to blame people.
Maybe you didn't understand me.
Go on, please.
I like people to understand me first. In the first place, I blame people when they don't come up with something. I want you to come out. When you are made a minister, I believe you have a voice. You have the microphone in front of you. You can always have a press conference. I am looking forward to the day a minister in Nigeria will hold a conference and tell Nigerians what his plans are and he gets fired. Until that day, I will continue saying what I'm saying. And let me repeat myself again.
A minister cannot have a plan. The minister's plan have to be the president's plan.
Hold on. When they said, I don't even know what you mean by the president's plan.
Yeah,
because
it has to be endorsed by the president.
Wait. When you make somebody a minister, the person will have to draw his own plan and then send it to the president. Then he approves. That's how it works. That's why he gave you that job, for you to think and come and tell him, this is how I want this thing to be done. And let it be that he said, no, you cannot do it. But I know most times, if it's a smart, intelligent proposal, they always allow you to do it. I keep giving example of that agricultural minister for agriculture in those days. Okonji Iweala them. Obi Onyuke. Onyakwesili. I remember when Onyakwesili did adopt. They sent the proposal. It was a brilliant proposal and it worked. And then remember the lady that died was the one that was chasing all the drug boys everywhere. What's that beautiful woman's name?
Dora something or the other. Yeah.
It's not, the president doesn't have everything. Some of the ministerial position, he doesn't even have what he has on ground. He's going to give them to run with. It was created for those people to create something and come up with something for them to discuss.
But
you can't elect a minister and you go to the president and say, President, what do you want me to do? I don't know if anybody should do that anyway, but if you say that's the way they work, I rest my case.
No, so what I was trying to say was that, because I think when you made that comment, you said you want to see them hold a press conference and then get fired. So, and I was like, they cannot hold, because for them to hold a press conference, the president must have assented to that policy before they can hold a press conference
Listen,
on that
let me
certain
tell
policy.
you.
So hold on, no, let me quickly just finish this. You see this idea that you talked about. I've said it on this. I've said similar thing on this platform before. Because, and I said, look, they need to copy. If the Tinubu government is serious, if they are serious about welfare for the poor in Nigeria, they need to go and look at what Lula did in Brazil, in the education system, whereby they were supporting children from poorer background. Their parents were being given voucher for food. So I think if the government is serious, they need to look at that policy very thoroughly, and that will enable them to capture a lot of Nigerians into the digital system. It means that for every child that is in school, you will be able to, even if it's NIN number, they have to have NIN number. And for all those
It
child, all of them
doesn't
have.
necessarily have to be in school. It doesn't necessarily
I
have
think
to be education.
Sorry, Zita. Let me just. I'm going to be shutting down in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll do that quietly. Anybody that wants to come in, carry on, everyone.
So school for me is one of the perfect place to be able to reach the poor of our society,
No,
because
I
if
think food will be the easiest way. Food will be the easiest way.
yeah,
And
but
they
it's still,
can start.
going to school is still to provide food,
Wait,
because
let me
you
finish.
give voucher is one bed key two, one bed key, one stone key two bed. So it will encourage these parents to make sure their children goes to school, because they know that their
It's
children
not
being in
by force
school,
to go to school. When we say
their
school,
children being is no, what I'm saying is their children being in school is going to benefit. They're going to gain benefit from it from that voucher that they get from the government. So that was what they did in Brazil during Lula da Silva's government his first time. So the children are in school, then the parents benefit from it. So it means that the parents are getting support from the government because their children are in school.
See, let me tell you, when you want to do that thing, it's not a round figure. If you want to get them the way you are saying, it's not going to be, if your child is school, you get this, you get this. You will give them, this is for food. For somebody who has more than 3 children, from the so age, your own will double to this. If you're one of those children and in school on so grade, it will increase to this. That's how you get them.
So what will be the incentive to reduce the number of the out of school children that we currently have in the country?
I just told you now.
No, because you just say you can give to them without any conditions.
That's what I'm saying. When they hear that Mama Nkechi has 3 children, and because she has 3 children, and those her 3 children are in primary school, her own is 10,000 naira. And Mama Ngozi has 3 children. Her 3 children is not in school, but she has a food stamp, and that her food stamp is just 2,000 naira. There is nothing that will make Mama Nkechi not to send her 3 children to school to get that 10,000 naira. That's what I'm telling you. That's what they call incentive. Okay? But if you make it, if your child is in school, you come and collect it. Some people will tell you go to hell. But you have to do it in a way to incentivize the other person who doesn't want her children to go to school. There must be some kind of attraction.
So what if the person is just content with the 2,000 you're giving them?
It doesn't work that way. Try it.
So you are saying they will be content with getting nothing.
You don't
Hold
know
on. You are saying they will be content with getting nothing, but they will not be content with just getting 2,000.
Listen to me. I don't know if you have come across a course called anthropology. Did you do that subject in school?
It's
called anthropology. I don't know how many of you that did anthropology. It's a course, it's a subject, and you can do it as a degree if you want to. It's called Man and Society.
Demography and anthropology normally goes together.
It's called Man and Society. That is the phrase, simple meaning for that course. If you have done it, you understand how to handle human beings.
So
Human beings are very ridiculous human beings.
We have a case study for my position that they did in Brazil and it was successful.
Listen,
we don't have any case study for your own position.
Listen, let me tell you, Brazil is not Nigeria.
Okay.
Brazil is not Nigeria. For every society, you study them. That's the problem Africa is having. We are talking about African, a black man. You are bringing Brazil. What works in Brazil cannot work in Africa. I can assure you that. So that's why I asked you about that course. It's a subject. They call it anthropology. Man and his society. So for every man and his society, there are different ways to handle that particular man and his society. So you cannot use the way Americans are being handled. You bring it to Nigeria. That's the problem Africa is having. I can assure you that. African man, how will I say, a Nigerian man kind of has this antecedent of competition. The moment you throw it at them in form of incentive, you won't believe what will happen. You won't believe it. So you don't just say, if your child is in school, you come to school. You have to make somebody bigger than another person. And that person who feels he's being subdued, we want to either meet up with that person or be bigger than that person.
So I don't understand. So somebody that is getting something and the one that is not getting at all, is that one already a challenge for that person that is not getting at all?
Getting what? Getting what?
So basically, this is what we are saying, right? I said I've had a submission on this platform before that what I expected the Tinubu government to have done when they came in was to copy what Lula did in Brazil when he was giving food voucher to the parents for them for keeping their children in school. Those ones who kept their children in school, they get incentive of food voucher. So Madam Zita is now saying no, that if you do that in Nigeria, it will not work. Because what you need to do is that she said what you need to hold on 1 second, let me finish now. That what you need to do is that the ones who did not send their children to school, you give them like 2,000. Those ones who send their children, you give them like 10,000. So those ones who are getting 2,000 will now want to get 10,000 and then send their children to school. I'm saying, so what if they are just content with receiving 2,000 and say, okay, we don't want more, 2,000 is enough. But you are saying somebody who did not get anything will say, I don't care. But the person who is getting 2,000, we want to then go and get more. Why is it that the person who is not getting anything have more zeal to want to get something? Person, someone who is getting 2,000 can say, okay, you know what? I'm okay with this. My children want to sit for house.
You see, for me, I think one man wants to shut down real quick. You see,
let me actually do that. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Carry on.
Yeah, so I think we just have a bunch of leaders.